Hi guys, you're welcome to Hello Genius Ideas. I believe you're watching this video because you want to learn to create beautiful layouts using CSS. Whether you're a newbie or a professional developer looking to up your CSS game, I believe this course is for you. CSS means cascading style sheet. Your HTML is used to define the elements on your web page. CSS is used to define the outward appearance of these elements. If you come across any website on the internet with a very nice layout and user interface, you can infer that the developers of the site used CSS to achieve such an amazing result. In this simplified course, I'll demystify CSS and guide you through its core concepts from selecting the right elements to applying the appropriate styles and creating mobile friendly layouts. With the knowledge gained from this course, you are going to be creating a web page like this one. It's a contact page. You can see the company's logo, the navigation menu, and you can see one call to action button. You can see the hero section. You have the images. You have your partner logos. You can change this to whatever you want. You can see this section over here before the footer. You can add the company's location here, but I'll just be using my school's location for now. Then you can see the footer. You have the quick link social media, and you have a subscription form over here, an email subscription form over here. So, and it's also mobile responsive. If you click on Ctrl Shift I on your web browser, so this is what it will look like on mobile. If I should, this is the default look on a very big screen. This is what the user will get. But if I start shrinking this screen over, so with time you can see it is becoming, as the screen is collapsing, you can see the design is getting smaller. So I can just collapse it even more. You can see the footer, the way the footer is going to be behaving. You can see the behavior of the footer. So this is the page that you're going to be creating with the knowledge gained from this course. Who is supposed to take this course? Beginners looking to start their web development journey with a strong foundation in CSS. Developers who want to enhance their CSS skills and create modern, appealing designs. And lastly, designers who want to add coding skills to their toolkits for a more holistic approach to web creation. All you need to take this course is a basic understanding of HTML and a passion to learn. I'll guide you step by step, making sure you are comfortable every step of the way. This course is packed with hands-on exercises, so I'm very positive that you will learn a lot from this course if you are faithful to it. I know you are ready to embark on this CSS adventure. Get ready to unlock the secrets of creating eye-catching designs that leave a lasting positive impression. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the notification bell and join us as we journey through the CSS crash course together. So the first thing that we are going to be starting with is you installing the softwares with which you are going to be taking this course. So basically you are going to be needing a text editor and a web browser. I believe that by now you have a web browser ready. I use Chrome. You can decide to use Firefox or Safari. You might decide to use Microsoft Edge, but I'll highly recommend Chrome at least for this course. So now installing Chrome on your device shouldn't be much of a problem, but the software with which you are going to be writing the CSS on your device. So on Windows and Mac, I will recommend you use VS Code. So I have some guides that I have created for it. If you want to install VS Code on your Mac, this is the guide over here. You can just come here, search for how to install VS Code on Mac, and it will bring it out for you. So apart from that, if you want to, you can see the guide for Windows over here. Now, there is no VS Code available for mobile users. But if you want to take this course using your iPhone or your iPad, this is the guide for you over here. If you want to take this course with your Android phone, this is the guide for you over here. but the link to all these guides will be available in the description below. So just check the description and you'll see the link over there. So I have my VS code ready, so we can just start taking the course right away. Now, the first thing that we want to look at in this course is three methods for adding CSS to your HTML document. So the first method is called inline styling. The second one is called internal styling. The third one is called external styling. So inline styling, I believe you have a knowledge of inline styling from your HTML. Let me create styling. Let me say styling methods dot html. So with VS Code, I can just bring up my HTML structure. Okay, so Alt Z. So this is my HTML structure. Let me just bring in a div. Then inside the div, I'm going to be having two paragraphs. So two paragraphs. Or let me have a heading one, and this is the heading. Then I'll have a paragraph P. This is the, or let me just say lorem 20. So you can just bring in dummy content. VS Code gives you the luxury of that. So this is my HTML document. If you click on go live, this extension is coming from live server. So installing live server is also part of the guide. Just make sure that you do it properly. Or you can just come to your extensions marketplace over here, then look for live server. So this is the live server you have to install over here. So just click on install and you're good to go. So let's come back here. You just have to click on go live, then it will. One advantage of using the live server is that anytime you make any changes to this document and you save it, it will automatically reload the web browser, making your work way easier. So this is my, you can see this is my HTML document, what I have for now. So I'm just going to be doing some basic styling for now. Just follow me for now. You might not understand what I want to do at first, but over the you taking the course, you will come to understand. For now, I just want to apply some basic styling to show you how to add CSS. So style. Let me make this the width of this one, maybe 600 pixels. Then margin right, auto, margin left, auto. Okay, so if I save this, yes, it is now in the middle. Very good. So let me just add a background color. Let me say red. So you can see this background color now. So if I should take away this styling now, if I should take this styling away, just this, and I save this, you can see my styling is gone. So let me return it. So this is what this thing I did over here now. It's what we call internal styling. Sorry, it's what we call inline styling. Sorry for that. So this is what you call inline styling. You adding the style to the style attributes of the HTML element itself. If I want to add an internal style to H1, for example, I can just come here and say style text align center. If I should save this, you can see initially it wasn't aligned center, but now it is aligned center. So that is how to do inline styling. So let's go back to doing internal styling now. So internal styling is done with the style tag of your in the HTML head. So this is the head section and this is the body section. From your HTML, I believe you understand what I mean by the head section and the body section. So inside this head section, you will add the style tag. So this style tag, you will look for a way to select your elements. Let me add a class, or don't let me use the class for now. So I can just do something like div. It will basically go to the web page and look for all the div elements that I have in the body section, rather all the div elements, then apply the following styling to it. I can just copy the whole of the style that I have here. If I should save this, you can see that the styling for the div is gone now, but I still have the styling for h1. That is the reason why it is still aligned center. So come back here, paste all the styling and save it. If I should save it, you can see the styling for the div is back. I'm styling this one using internal styling, while this is done using inline styling. So if I want to convert everything to internal styling, I can just take this one out, then come here, h1, save it. So I don't have any style tag over here, and I don't have any style tag over here. Save this and I'm good to go. So you can see everything is now done using internal styling. This is basically how you do internal styling. So for the external styling, basically just the way it sounds, you are going to be keeping all the styles in a different file entirely. So let us create a CSS file. We can do something like main dot, or let's say style dot css. Okay, so this styles dot css, if for you to link this css file to this html file, there is a link tag that you can use. A link tag. This link tag, this is the tag over here. This link tag, the relation is going to be style sheet, and this href attribute over here is going to carry the path to the style sheet. So since the style sheet is in the same directory as the html file, you can do something like this. You can, in some cases, if you just enter the name of the style sheet, say styles.css, you can see html is suggesting it for you already. So link style sheet, this will work, but the proper way to do it is to do something like this, add something like this to the back. So this is a terminal command. This is a terminal command that is telling this html, the web browser, to look for this css file in the same directory as this html file. So this is the proper way to do it. Okay, so the relation is going to be style sheet. Very, very important. The relation is going to be style sheet. So if I should save this at this point, you can still see that I have internal styling here. You can see that I still have internal styling. So how do I convert this to internal styling? Since I've linked another css file entirely, for me to check if my css file is working, I can do something like body, then let me say background color will be something like green. If I should save this, you can see the whole of the background color is green. The styling for this h1 and this internal div over here is done using internal styling, while this background color, I changed it using external styling. So I can just come here, copy the whole of this one, take away the style tag, I don't need it anymore. If I should save this, you can see it is retaining the style for body, but it is not retaining the style for the h1 and the internal div, simply because I took it out. So but if I should paste them here and I save it, you can see all the stylings are back, all of them, all the styling is back. So this is external styling for you. This is external styling for you. So the three different type methods to add your css styling to your html documents, all of them, they come in handy in one way or the other. So in your journey as a web developer, you are going to be needing them. You're going to be needing them. So that will be all for the methods by which you can add CSS to your HTML documents. We move on to selectors. Selection is basically you targeting elements on a web page. For example, see what we did over here. I have the body. The body is selecting this body tag over here. I'm targeting this body tag over here. Then using this div, I'm targeting this div and every other div that will appear in this HTML document. Every div that will appear. So with this H1 over here, I'm selecting all the H1s, all the heading ones that will appear in this document. So now the reason why you want to target this element is because you want to apply certain styles to them. You can have multiple selections on a web page, e.g., you might want to select multiple texts. Some of these texts will be title text while others will be body text. Based on this, you want to style them. You won't want to style them the same way. This is a text over here. This is another text. Since this is a title text and this is a body text, obviously you don't want to style them the same way. So with the help of CSS selectors, you can select this one differently, then you select this one differently. So we have four type of selection in CSS, but we are going to be treating the first two, then we are going to be working on the next two later as we proceed. So the first one is what we refer to as simple selector. As simple selector. Now, what do I mean by simple selector? The first type of simple selector you might have is what we have done already. We call it the name selector. You select using the name of the element. For example, you can see this body tag over here. I selected it directly using the name body. You can see the div I have over here. I selected it directly using the name div. And you can see the H1 over here. I selected it directly using H1. That is the name selection for you. So we have the ID selection. Selection based on the ID attribute of the HTML element, and it is unique throughout the page. Throughout this web page that you have, if you create an ID, it is unique throughout the web page. For example, you can say you can create an ID for this element and call it the outer div or the outer container. So you can create an ID for this one and call it um, title heading. Then you can also create an ID for this one and call it um, title. No, you can say paragraph or something. Okay. So if I should save this, now you can see the styling that I have over here. If I should remove this div over here, I can do something like this. Instead of using that div, I can just bring out this outer div and target it using the ID. For you to target using the ID, you have to first of all bring up the hash symbol, this symbol over here. Then you bring up the name of the ID. Now this is going to be telling CSS that you should go to the HTML documents, look for an ID whose name is outer div. Look for an ID whose name is outer div, then apply all this styling to it. If I should save this, everything remains unchanged. Everything remains unchanged. If I should come back to this, and you can see the H1 title heading. So instead of using H1 to select it, I can come back here and do something like the hash symbol title heading. If I should save this, all the styling remains unchanged. It remains unchanged. So for the paragraph, I can just say the text color should be white. No, it should be color. It should be white. If I should save this, you can see the color is white. So that is how you do ID selection, and it is unique throughout the page. Okay, so the next one we want to talk about is the class selection. and this is selection based on the class attribute of the HTML element. Select multiple elements at once using this type of selection, and for you to add it to your styling, you have to put in period followed by the class of the element. So like I said, you can use it to select multiple elements. You can come here, let me copy this paragraph. Let me copy this paragraph. You can see that I have three paragraphs now. Instead of ID, let me change them to class. Okay, so okay, now that I've changed them to class, if I should save this, you can see that the styling is gone. Initially the text used to be white, but now we cannot see the styling anywhere here. We cannot see the styling anywhere. So what do we do? Bring back VS Code. Come to the styles. Instead of this hash symbol over here, change it to a period, and it solves it. You can see it solves it. So like I said, all these ones that you have over here, they are IDs. So you first of all use the hash symbol before the name of the ID, then you start applying all your then you start defining the CSS properties. So for paragraph, like I said, the class selection, instead of using this hash symbol, you're going to be using the period. You're going to be using period before the name of the class, then you define your styles. So we also have the universal selector under the simple selection selectors. We have the universal selector. Now this universal selector, in most cases that I've seen people use this universal selector, you use it to remove all the default stylings on your web page, because the universal selector has the ability to select all the elements that you have on the web page, all the elements. So you can do something like margin 0, padding 0, then you have something like box sizing, border box. You will understand all these things very soon. You can see that when I brought in the universal selector, all the margins and all the paddings that this element had, everything is gone now. But if I should take this out and I save it, you can see all the margins and all the paddings are back. Those are the default stylings. These are the default margin, the default padding of all the elements. You can see the paragraph tag I have over here. You can see all these spacings there. If I should come back with my universal selector, because it is selecting all the elements on the web page, all the margins will be set to 0, all the paddings will be set to 0. Now, a quick one. This is how you want to start majority of your HTML project. So you are sure that all the you don't have to battle with any default stylings and margins. This is how I like to start my own. So, but you might get used to the default and you work with it. It's just fine. But I would advise that for the meantime, while you are still trying to navigate your way in the web development space, you can just make do with this. So apart from the universal selector, we also have the grouping selector. We also have the grouping selector. Now you can use this grouping selector to apply the same styles to different elements, but you have to separate them using a comma. You have to separate them using a comma. So let's I want to apply a style to this title heading and the paragraph. The title heading and the paragraph. So let me do something like um for you to do the grouping selector, you can see the selector for this one and the selector for the paragraph. So the title heading, then you come with a comma, then dot paragraph. Now you can define the styling. You can do something like font family. Let me look for a font family. This it as something. So you can see that this font family, I've applied it to both the paragraph and the heading, and at this moment both of them are going to be carrying this font family because I was able to select them jointly using the grouping selector. So you can see what I have. I use the selection of the title, then I put a comma, then a selection of the paragraph. This is what you call grouping selector. So now the second class of selectors that we have in CSS, the first one is what we just discussed, the simple selector, where you have the name selection, the ID selection, the class selection, the universal selector, then we have the grouping selector. Okay, so we are going to be moving on to the combinators. This is also another type of selection that we have in CSS. So combinators gives you the ability to combine two or more simple selectors. But for this to work properly and for it to be more visible, I want to save this and save this. For this to work properly, I want to add an inner div. So this is a VS Code shortcut. Then I can add an H3 element saying this is the inner H3 element. So the first combinator that we are going to be talking about is the descendant selector. The descendant selector is just a spacebar, just your regular spacebar. You put a spacebar, you put the parent element first, then you bring the child element to the front. For example, if I want to select this inner div over here, this one, if I want to select this one, so I can just target the parent, then I'll target the child, put a space in between, and I'm good to go. This is what I mean. I can just say outer div, then inner div. But for now, let me save this first and see what we have. You can see this is the inner, it should be H1 element. Okay, you can see this is the inner H1 element. So I can just target the outer div, then the inner div, then I can do something like background color of blue. Okay, this is a class, not an ID. I made a mistake. So I'm supposed to select using, yes, so it should work now. You can see this is the inner H1 element. So I can do something like margin top. Maybe, no, actually, I want to do padding. You might not understand what I'm doing now. Just please, just follow along. Padding, or just padding, say 30 pixels. Okay, so it is working fine. So that is the descendant selector. But one thing you should know is that this descendant selector can select the direct children and also the grandchildren as well. It can select any descendant of this the parent element. So you can see these are all descendants of the parent element. All the descendants. You can see this is the opening tag and this is the closing tag. Anything within the opening and the closing is a direct descendant. Is a descendant rather of this outer div over here. So for me to select this H3, I can just do something like come to styles, then instead of selecting inner div, let me just select it separately. So I can come here and say outer div, then H3, then I can do something like font. Let me apply a different font family to this one. Font family, I can just say Korean new monospace. So you can see this is the inner H1 element. So like I said, the the descendant selector, which is the space, can select any descendant at all. So the second combinator we are going to be talking about is the child selector. The child selector can only select the direct children of the parent element. Unlike the descendant, it can select any descendant at all. You can see that this is the outer div. This is not a direct, this is not a child of this outer div over here, but the descendant selector can select it. For the child selector, you are at a disadvantage here. It is only the parent that can select the child, that can be used to select the child. So I can do something like dot inner div, then I'll bring in the child selector, then h3. I can apply I can apply a font, say the color of white. You can see the color is now white. The color is now white. So that is basically how the child selector works. We also have the adjacent sibling selector. It selects the direct sibling of the element. Then we have the general sibling selector, but I'll leave those out for now. So we make do with these two so we can move on to the next one. So but you can read up so we also have the adjacent sibling selector. We have the general sibling selector, but I'll leave those out for now. So you can just check them online at your own leisure. So we have the pseudo classes. We have the pseudo classes. This pseudo classes is also a type of selector. It selects elements based on a certain state. A popular use case is when you hover your mouse over certain elements. You want to create a consciousness for the user that their mouse is currently on this particular element. It comes in very handy. Let me give you an example. For this inner div, let me add an anchor link. The anchor link, the href is going to be this. Then I can do something like click to sign in using Google. If I should save this, um, where is my okay? Okay, wow, it's almost non-visible. So the reason why it is not taking you to any link is because I'm using I'm using ash as the href, and the default color is blue. The default color of anchor links is blue. So let me go and change the color to white. Let me just do style color white. So you can see what I have over here. When I hover over it, the mouse changes from the ordinary mouse that you have to a pointer. That is because the hover state of the element is triggering a different CSS. Let's let's select this using an ID. The ID can be something like, let me see, Google link. Let me take away this style. Google link. So copy this, then save. Come here. Then is it an ID or a class? I forgot just now. Okay, an ID. Google link. So for this Google link, you're having color of white first. Okay. So you can see the color of white over here. So I might decide that okay, anytime the user hovers on the mouse, I want the color of the text to change to red, or and I want the underline to go away. So I can just come here and say Google link. Then don't forget, it is the hover state I want to tackle. I want to target rather. So hover. Then I can say do something like I want the underline to go. So the appropriate properties text decoration none. Then the color should change to say green. If I should save this, you can see the color changes to green. The color changes to green every time I hover on it, and the underline is gone. You can see the underline too is gone. So this is how you use pseudo classes. This is how you use pseudo classes. We also have so many other pseudo classes like active, checked. Checked is used when you have radio buttons when you check them. So that is the checked state. We also have the nth child, the first child. So you can see all these paragraphs now. You can see all these paragraphs. They have the same class. So if you want to select this one, you can select a paragraph, then you specify that it is the first child, the second child, the third child, and all those. So those are part of the ways you can use pseudo classes. The last one we are going to be talking about is pseudo elements. This pseudo element is basically you having the a whole element, but you want to target only specific parts of the element. For example, you can see this H3 that I have. You can see the whole line. You might, for one reason or the other, want to target only this first alphabet over here. You might want to target only this first letter over here. That is what you call a pseudo element. This is the whole element. You don't want to target the whole element. It is only this first element that you want to target. So let's demonstrate it. So okay, this is me selecting that element already. So then that pseudo element, I can just say first letter. Okay, so the first letter, I can just say the color should be black instead of white. You can see that the first letter is black. That is basically how you use pseudo elements. So we have other pseudo elements like first sentence. Like you can see the way we have this paragraph now. You might want to target the first sentence. Like I said, pseudo element is basically you targeting a part of the whole, just a section of everything. You don't want to target everything. You only want to target a section of everything. That is what you use pseudo elements for. We have selection, we have marker, we have first line, and so many other ones. But I'll just leave those ones out for now. I just want to introduce you to them. So that will be all for CSS selectors. The CSS box model is essentially a box that wraps around every HTML element. So it consists of the margins, the borders, the padding, and the actual content itself. So you can see what I have over here. We have the content in the middle. This content can be your text, your image, your video, any HTML element at all. It can be a container as well. It can be a div. It can be any element at all. So we have the content itself, the content of the box where text and images appear whatsoever. Then we have padding, which clears an area around the content. You can see this area around the content is what you call the padding. This part of the padding is called the top padding. This part of the padding is called the right padding, the bottom padding. Then we have the left padding as well. So now we have the border. Apart from the padding, we have the border. A border goes around the padding and the content. You can see this padding and the content. This is the border over here. The padding and the content. It goes around the padding and the content. This is the top border, the bottom border, the right border, and the left border. So all these parts of the border, they are very important. We also have the margin. This is the margin that clears the area around around the whole border of the element. You can see what I have over here. I used margin. I used padding rather to create this space. This is the element of the div. This is the element. Let's open the VS Code. So come here. Now, this is the inner div. If you remember very well, this is the inner div over here. The inner div consists of the H3 and the anchor link. This is the H3 over here, and this is the anchor link. Okay, so I used padding. If you go back to the styles, where are you? The inner, you can see the padding of 30 pixels is what I used to create this space over here around the content. This is the content, and this is the padding space that I created around the content. If I want to add a margin to this padding over here, is going to set the padding top It's going to set the padding top, the padding right, the padding bottom, and the padding left. It's going to be setting it to 30 pixels. But if I want to add a margin to it, for example, margin, I might decide to add a margin of maybe 40 pixels. If I should save this, you can see that now I have a margin of 40 pixels. This is the padding over here, and you can see the margin. The margin is wrapped around the element. Is wrapped around the element. So that is how the margin works. So if you want to specify margin top only, you can do something like margin top. This margin top is going to affect only the margin top. You can see only the margin top is affected. You can also specify margin left. You can see only the left. You can also specify margin right. You can see only the right, only the right. So you can, the same thing goes for padding if you want to specify padding left or padding right. But um let's look at the border as well. So you can do something like, since, let me just leave the padding. So you can do something like border. The way you write your border, there's a short cut you can use to write the border properties. You can write something like border 2 pixels thick, then solid, then black, or something like that. You can see what I have now. If I used 1 pixels, if I use something like 1 pixels here, save it. You can see, but if I change this to 4, it will be thicker. You can see it is a thicker. So this is basically how you write your border. You write your border, you write the type of border, then you write the color of the border. So solid can be dotted. So you can see it is dotted. It can also be dashed. Can also be dashed. So you can see we have different options there for you to set your border. So you can see we've spoken about the margin, the padding, and the border. So we also have the content itself. So that is your box model basically. This box model wraps around every element. If you remember vividly, this margin zero and padding zero, box sizing, border box is basically me removing all the default margins and all the default paddings in the element. If I should take this out, it will have an effect on the web page. If I should save this, you can see it now has an effect on the web page. But if I should bring it back, all the default margins and the paddings I have is gone. It's gone. So like I told you, I would rather have my paddings and my margins. I would rather have the default gone, so I know that I'm starting everything on a clean slate. So that will be all for the box model for now. Moving on, we are going to be talking about CSS colors. We are going to be talking about CSS colors. I think I would like to create a new file, colors.html. I think I want to create a new file for that. Okay, so come out with my HTML structure, then I can just bring up a div. I can just do style, then margin. I can just say the width should be 600 pixels, then the margin left and margin right should be set to auto. I made a mistake here. Margin left should be auto. Okay, I think this is correct. I'm having an issue here. Margin left auto. Okay, this is supposed to be, yes, the margin right of auto. So let me close this. So go back live. So it is taking this one out. Okay, very good. So let me add an ID of container. So if I should save this, I can just come to the head section and create a style tag container. Let me bring all these styles over to container, so to make the HTML elements breathe. Let the element breathe. Okay, so save this, then come here. Okay, so I can do something like background color of maybe red. Let me just say h1 to container. Okay, okay, you can see my div over here now. You can see my div over here. So I can just do something like width or height of 700 pixels, or let me make this one maybe 400 pixels. Okay, it's shorter now, so I can take away this one. Okay, now you can see my HTML element. I don't think I should use this, so everything will be to the left. Then I can shrink my VS Code to the right. The width actually can be like 300. Okay, I want it to be very visible. Now let us talk about HTML, about CSS colors. I want us to talk about CSS colors. There are numerous scenarios in CSS where you have to bring in one color or the other. It is safe to say that the most used property in CSS is the colors. Is the color, because you need color to do a lot. You need color to do a lot. So there are numerous scenarios, like I said, in CSS where you have to bring in one color or the other. Some of the properties that use these colors are background colors and color itself. This color can assume any of the following values. So we have the hex color, which is an hexadecimal value. So 6 digits hexadecimal value, it can also be 3 digits. So for example, this background color, if you want to represent it using an hexadecimal value, you're going to be having hash, then you're going to be having 000000, 6 digits. If I save this, you can see this is black. This is black. The hexadecimal equivalent for black, this is black. Then if you want to represent it as white, I think FF is white. So it is white. The background color is white, and you can see the background color is swallowing it already. So if you want to change the color, you can just, VS Code gives you the ability to click on the color, then it will help you to, using this color selector over here, you can just drag this around, then you select whatever color you want to select. VS Code will help you extensively in your development journey. So you can see the way all these numbers are changing over here, so you can use it to select whatever color you want. If you should save it, you can see it is the color. If I want to change it, just click on the color, come wherever you want to come, then just select your color, drag this up and down whichever way you want it to be, then you save it, and you see what you have. So I need to introduce you to the opacity too. This is going to be the opacity. So if you want it to be slightly like if you want the color to be transparent, you can just drag this up and down, and it will update the hexadecimal value over here. Then if you should save this, you can see this, the reason why it is showing white, a bit of white, is because the background is white. If I should make the body to be black, and I save this. You can see that the black is what is showing at the back and not the white anymore, but let me just comment this out. I'm using CSS comment over here. It comes in handy too to label your CSS, so you can just use it to you can also use it to take some code out temporarily. So we have the width and the height. Okay, so this background color, this is you using hexadecimal values. This is you using hexadecimal values. You can also use predefined cross-browser color names. Predefined cross-browser color names. What do I mean by predefined cross-browser color names? We have a lot of them in VS Code over here. So if I say background color, now you can see all these colors over here. They are predefined color background color names. We have crimson, we have cyan, dark blue, dark cyan. A lot of colors have been defined. You can put in red, blue, green like I've been doing since. So you can see light sky blue, magenta, maroon, a lot of the colors over here. So you can see red over here. I've used red. So salmon and any color that you want. So just click on it. You can see the color changes. The color changes. So you can decide to say orange. You can see the color changes to orange, but I would never advise anybody to go with this, because what if someone is browsing your website using a web browser where orange is not defined? It will be very rare, but I'll still prefer you go with the hexadecimal values or the next one I'm going to be talking about. So we have the RGB color value. The RGB color value, RGB stands for red, blue, green. So you can have something like RGB. So RGB, so you can set your red to be maybe 300, no, 256 is the maximum, so you can do something like 100. Your green can be something like 420, no, it cannot be more than 256. So let's just use 100, 100, 100 for now. So you can see the color is giving me over here. You can see the color is giving me. So if I should save this, you can see the color I have. So let's see. Another thing, VS Code, like I said, VS Code will help you to select the color. If you just click on the color over here, so you drag this around, it will be changing the value of the RGB to whatever you set it to. So just drag it around to whatever color you want. So if I want this color over here, for example, you can see the RGB is updated. Save this, and you can see it updates my color for me. So I can drag it to this. You can see the color is changing, and if I save this, the color is updated. So that is RGB color value. We also have RGBA. The A over there stands for alpha. So alpha is basically you can see it automatically changed the color to RGBA. The alpha is the opacity, like we did for the hexadecimal color values. So if you drag this one to 1, it basically means RGB, because it is totally opaque. If you drag it to 0, it is totally transparent. It's more like no color is there. But if you drag it to the middle, it is slightly transparent. So if I should save this, you can see it is slightly transparent. The reason why you are seeing it as a bit whitish now is because the background color is white. Like I said, a bit transparent. If I should bring this one back and I save this, you can see it is tilting towards black now, but let me take this out for now. So I'm using control question mark. Yes, that's what I'm using to comment it out. So that is the RGB and the RGBA color for you. So the last type of color that you have in CSS is the HSL color value. The HSL color value. I have never used the HSL color value, but I'll be introducing you to it. The HSL color value. So this stands for hue, saturation, and lightness. If you have ever used this before, the hue can be, say, the saturation. So don't forget you have to add this. If I should save this, you can see everything is just all white. But if I should change this to maybe and I start picking, you can see the hue is 90, the saturation is 46, the brightness is 42%. So it will just help me to select the color appropriately. But web developers don't use HSL. I don't know if any web developer does. So if I should click out and save this, you can see the color changes. So the last one is HSL alpha, just for the opacity. And if I should save this, you can see it is now transparent. So that would be all for colors. Styling texts. Let's create a document. Styling texts.html. Okay. So let me HTML5. Then let me bring in a div. Oh, since it's just text, let me just use h1. Oh, let me put it in a div. Makes it look div. I have an h1, which is this is the heading text. Then I have a paragraph lorem 30. Okay, alt z. So this is the heading text, and this is what I have over here. Let me close my live server since it's on a different file. Save this, then open the live server again. Okay, so you can see this is the heading text. Okay, so come back to Visual Studio Code. Then yeah, we can start styling the text now. So CSS made provision for so many options and properties for formatting text. You have total control over how the text is going to be looking at the end of the day. So the first property that we're going to be talking about is the color. So we're going to be talking about the color. So some few minutes back, I spoke about colors in CSS. So the color property can assume any of the value of the colors that I explained initially. So let me have style. So let me take this h1 for example. I can just take h1, then color. So I said the first color value that you can think of is the hexadecimal value. For example, you can say if you want it to be white, f f f f f f. This is the white. If I save this, you can see the white of the background is swallowing up the text. Let me no, it should be body, then background color of maybe red. If I should save this, you can see the background color is red, so the white is visible. If you want it to be black, which is what it is by default, 00000, 6 zeros basically. If I save this, you can see it is black. So you can just use your VS Code to select whatever color you want it to be. If you have the hexadecimal value of the color, you can just bring it in and boom, you have your color to yourself. So let me comment this one out and take this one back to white. So F F F F F F. So you can also give it the default web browser names, like the colors that are predefined, say blue, but you have to take away this hash over here. If I should save this, you can see it is now blue. So you can also give it an RGB value, you can give it an RGBA, HSL or HSLA value. The color values I explained earlier, any of them, you can use it to represent the color depending on your use case. So, but I would highly recommend that you use the hexadecimal values, because in most web development projects I've ever had to work on, hexadecimal values is what I see across web. So that would be color. That is all about the color, as styling your text, changing the color. So the next thing we are going to be talking about is the typography. Typography is basically the font type, the appearance, what it will look like, the font family. So choosing the right font for your website is very very important. It has a very huge impact. Okay, it has a huge impact. Sorry about that. It has a huge impact on the visitor's experience of a website. CSS typography is quite broad, very broad. I'll just be taking a part in this course that I believe you will need, but you can always Google your way around the remaining things. So there will be a link in the description where you can read more about CSS fonts, but I'll be giving you high level essentials in this particular course. So if you want to specify the font of a particular text, you use the font family property. Font family. This is the property with which you specify the font of a particular text. So before we move on, I want us to talk about web safe fonts. Web safe fonts. Now, web safe fonts are fonts that are universally installed across all browsers and devices. So we also have fallback fonts. There is always a chance that a font is not found or not installed properly. So you might have some fonts available on Linux. I'm on Linux, for example. If I develop the website on Linux and I use a web safe font that is installed on Linux, if somebody using Windows is trying to browse that particular website too, if the font on my Linux is not on the person's Windows, then we have a problem. So this is one of the reasons why it is important to have the fallback fonts. There is a chance that a font is not installed properly or is not available on that particular operating system. So it is important to use fallback fonts. This implies that you should add a list of similar looking fonts as backup so that your font won't be looking beautiful on Mac and perhaps it's looking AWOL on Windows. So that is about fallback fonts. I will give you an example here. Font family. So let me use Arial Helvetica Sans Serif. Now this is the font. This is the first font that is going to be looking for. If you can't find Arial, it will go to Helvetica. If it can't find Helvetica, then it will go to sans serif. Sans serif, I believe, is on every device. So at least if you can't find Arial, which is a web safe font, this is Helvetica. If you can't find Arial, look for Helvetica. If you can't find Helvetica, then look for sans serif. So if I should save this, you can see the font has changed. So that is it basically. This fallback architecture makes it make your website more available to a wider range of people, since if Arial is not on their device, they can always look for a vertical. If a vertical is not available, they will go to sans serif. So the font style is a property that can be used to specify the italic. It can be normal or italic. So font style. This is font style. You can see all these font properties over here. These are all properties available in HTML, but we won't be taking them all. So font style, you can see italic and normal. Those are the two um, values that are more common. Oblique, nobody uses oblique anymore, but I don't know. These are the two that I know I use most times. So this is the normal, which is the normal state, but if you should set it to italic and you save it, you see it is now italicized. You can see the text, it is italicized. So we also have font weight. Font weight is talking about how thick the font is going to be. How thick the font is going to be. For example, font weight. By default, this font over here is bold. If I do something like normal and I save this, you can see it is no longer thick. If I do something like bold and I save it, you can see it is now bold. So by default, H1s are bold, but I think by default paragraphs are not bold. But if I want to make the paragraph bold, I can just select the paragraph P, then I'll make it bold. Font weight bold. Save this. You can see the font is now bold. So that is how you can make your fonts bold or thin. So some fonts are available in light, normal, medium, semi-bold, bold, bolder, black, and can also assume values between 100 to 900. So you can have something like, instead of using bold, yeah, bold, I think it's 700. If I should save this, it is still on bold. If you want to change it to normal, it will be 400. You see, it is normal. but this particular font, I don't think it's available in any other value. So there are some fonts that are available in 100, 200, 300. The higher the number, the higher the thickness of the font. So I think 400 is normal, 500 is medium, 600 is semi bold, 700 is bold, 800 is bolder, then 900 is black. So the this particular font is, I don't think it's available in any other font weight apart from 400 and 700. If I say 800 for example, I think it's just assuming 700. So if I say 900, I think it will still assume 700. So this is just in 400 and 700. So I'll just leave it as 400 for now. Then we have the font size. Font weight is affecting how thick the font is going to be, but font size is affecting how big the font is going to be. For example, the default font size for H1 is 32 pixels, while the default font size for the paragraph I think is 16 pixels. So it's used to set the size of the font. You can set font size with pixels. The higher the pixels, the bigger the font. So pixel is a unit with which you can set the font size of your text. Pixel is actually used across most elements in HTML. It's used to format a lot of elements in HTML. So font weight, I can have something like font size. Then this font size, I can do something like 20 pixels. You can see it is now bigger. If I change it to maybe 10 pixels, so you can see it is now smaller. So, and I can decide to do something like 32 pixels. If I save it, you can see it's almost the same size as this other one. And it's the same size since both of them are 32 pixels. By default, H1s are 32 pixels. So you can also set the font size with EM. There is a particular unit called EM. So how did we come about this unit EM? It is the default size on web browsers. The default text size on web browsers, which is 16 pixels. Therefore, the value of one EM is 16 pixels. So instead of 32, you can do something like 2 EM. You can see there is no change at all in the size because one EM is basically 32. One EM is 16 pixels, so two EMs will be 32. So another unit with which you can set your font size is REM. This is my favorite. So it is the short form for root EM. The unit indicates an element's font size relative to the size of the root element. By default, most browsers use a font size of 16 pixels. So if the root element is 16 pixels, an element with the value 1 EM will also equal 16 pixels, just like the EM. So if you use 2 REM in this place, you can see it is still the same thing. So if you want to make it bigger, you can do something like 4 REM, it will be way bigger. So you can see 4 REM. So that is how you can set the font size. Before we move on, I want to introduce you to Google Fonts. So, for one reason or the other, the font that you want to use may not be available on your device and it may not be a web safe font. That is the language to use. If it is not a web safe font, meaning that it is not installed across devices, so obviously you need a place where you can get other fonts from. So Google has more than 1,000 fonts that you can choose from. A lot of the fonts. If you don't want to use any of the web safe fonts, it is a very good option for you. They are free to use and you can import them into your CSS file or your HTML file. I will show you both ways. So for example, let's use a font called Audio Wide. Audio Wide. So you can just come here, Google search Audio Wide Google Fonts. Audio Wide Google Fonts. Okay, you can see the font over here. Actually, if you want to go to Google Fonts, just go to fonts.google.com, I think. Yes, so, but since I have Audio Wide here, let me just open it in new tab. Audio Wide. Okay, you can see how beautiful the font is. This font is not available on most devices, to be very honest. So you can see what the regular looks like. So regular at 48 pixels, regular at 36 pixels. So you can see so many information about it. So you can just select it. So now me clicking on it, I've selected the font now. And currently, okay, before now, I think these are other fonts that I've selected. So let me just remove this, come to Open Sans and remove all of them. So I have only audio wide. So okay, this is audio wide. If I want to use audio wide, all I have to do, you can see I have the link and I have the import. So this is for HTML. This is for HTML, why this is for CSS. Then you have the CSS rule to specify families. You can see audio wide, then cursive. This cursive is a web safe font. It is on most devices. So if you try to use audio wide and audio wide isn't available, then it will fall back to cursive. So if you want to bring this into your HTML, you come to link, make sure that link is selected. That import is for CSS. So you can also just copy this and put it in your HTML document within the style tag. It will work as well. So let me copy this. So I copy this, come to your VS Code, then I can just do something like this. You can see. So if I should save this, now I have the font available. You can see the CSS rules over here. Copy this, come to my VS Code. This H1 over here, instead of font family Arial, let me just comment this out. Then I can just come here. You can see now I have audio wide cursive. So if I come to my document, you can see this is the heading text, which is exactly what is here. The audio wide. You can see this is exactly what is here. So if I should reduce the font size, you can see it is exactly the same thing, but this is italicized. So I can just come here and make this to be normal. If I should save this, you can see this is the heading. The color is blue. Let me just take it back to black. You can see this is the heading. You can see exactly the audio wide. So this is how you can bring in external fonts into your from Google Fonts into your HTML document. Another way you can do the same thing with CSS. You can do it with CSS. If I come here and I create a CSS file, let me see, styling elements dot css. Okay, so this is a CSS file over here. Let me link it first. Link CSS, then Z. Okay, don't forget you're supposed to use the command line terminal command. So styling element. Okay, now I can save this and come to audio wide. Instead of this link, you click import. So just copy this import over here, copy this, come to your VS Code, go to the style and paste it. So and your font will be available in this CSS file over here. So let me just copy the whole of this H1, just the H1, save this, bring it into the CSS file. If I save it, it will not alter anything because the font is actually available. You can see the font is available. So okay, I think I still have it here. Let me comment this one out so that the reason why I have to comment this one out is because I have it installed in HTML and I also have it installed over here in CSS. So you can see that the font is working fine. It's working just fine. So other properties that you can use to style your text, we have a lot of them, but I'll just keep it brief to the ones that you're going to be needing for now. So we have background color. You will rarely be needing the background color, but for text I mean. So the background color can assume any value of the CSS colors that I explained earlier. So let me just use aqua for now. So you can see, and this is telling you that this particular element is a block element. The h1 tag is a block element. You can see the way it is taking the whole line, it is taking the whole screen. If it were an inline element, it will just take the space that it will be require. It will just, if it were an inline element, if it were an inline element, it will just occupy the space in it to contain the content. It will just occupy the space it needs to contain the content. But now it is taking up the whole screen now. Let me give you an example of an inline element. Let me add a span tag, and this span tag, this is the span tag. So let me select the span, and this span, I'm going to be making the background color to be red. So let the font size be maybe 1.5 rem. Save this. You can see what I have over here. Now compare this span over here to this h1 over here. This span is occupying only the space it needs to contain the element, but this h1 tag over here, it is occupying the whole screen. So this is a block element and this is an inline element. Both of them have their use cases. So we can move on now. Apart from the background color, another property that will come in handy is the text align, to align your text. For example, text align, you can align center. If I save this, you can see that the text is now aligned center. If you want it to align center, another value is by default it is aligned to the left. By default it is aligned to the left. If I save this, so you can also align it to the right. So you can see it's aligned to the right, and you can also text align justify. Let me use this paragraph. Text align justify. If you should justify it, it will look for a way to make sure that all the lines are of the same width. Most official documents are written like this. You can see the way it is automatically adding space between the words to make sure that it is occupying the whole screen, like the 100% of the width of the parent element, which is the body, which is the div rather. So that is if you want to justify, if you want to align, if you want to justify the text. Yes, that is how to say it. So we also have the direction. This direction, it is used mostly for people that are writing Arabic. We write English from the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen, but Arabic is written the other way around. So this particular text over here, now let me use it. I can say direction, I can say left to right, but let me remove this text align first. You can see left to right. Now what if cancel? What if I want to say right to left? If I should, you can see it is now right to left. So it is more like still aligning it to the right, but it has its own use case too. Apart from this, we also have the text decoration. Decoration. So text decoration. So this text decoration, we have a lot of decorations that you can have. We have the dotted, double, line through, and we have none. Most places where I personally use text decoration, it is to remove the line on anchor links. For example, um, let me create a link here. For example, let me have an a tag that has a link. So click here. If I should save this, you can see this click here over here, this click here, and this a tag, which is the anchor link, is an inline element too. So if I should click on this click here now, it won't go anywhere because I didn't set the URL to go anywhere. So if you click on this click here now, you're going to be having, you can see the underline there. You can see the underline there. If for me to remove that underline there, which in most cases you would want to, just select the A tag, then text decoration none. If I should save this, you can see the underline is gone. The underline is gone. So that is what text decoration is used for. We also have text transform. We have text transform. Let me come back to my H1. Let me just take these three out. Text transform. So we have capitalize, lowercase, and uppercase. Capitalize, you see the first word of all, the first letter of all the words is going to be capitalized. Then we have uppercase. You can see we have uppercase, then we have lowercase. Then we have lowercase. So we have the letter spacing. We also have the word spacing. So we have the line height, text shadow, a lot of all these ones. So let's just look at them one after the other. Letter spacing. So letter spacing, let's say 2 pixels. You can see the spacing, the letter spacing. So I might want to say 3 pixels. You can see letter spacing. So we also have word spacing. Word spacing, which can be say 8 pixels. I want it to be very visible. You can see the word spacing itself. So we also have the line height. Cancel. We also have the line height. The line height is the distance between this line and the next line. So let me use the paragraph to set the line height. So this paragraph, I can just say line height. Let me say 1. You can express this in percentage. So this can be expressed in percentage. You can see what 100% is giving me. I can also do 200, 120%. If I should save this, you see it's giving some sort of spacing. If I should say 140%, it's giving another set of spacing. If you want it to be double spacing, you can do something like 200%. You can see that's double spacing for you. But the reason why the font is very big is because of this font size 4 ems. So let's make this one something like 1.75 rem. Save this. Okay, so but the double spacing is not making it look nice, so I can just do something like 125. Okay, so yeah, that is it. So like I said, we have so many other properties that we can think of, but this is where we are going to be stopping for now. There will be a link in the description where you can check for other properties. So but for now, let's talk about the exercises. So exercises on text styling, all the exercises that you are going to be working on, they are in this document over here. The link to the document will be made available in the description below. So let me work on this one. I'll be working on this one, then I'll leave you to the remaining ones. So this is one, and this is another one here that you're going to be working on. So I'll just take this one. So look at what I have now. The background is this particular color, then every other text is white. So come to documents, and let me create text exercise dot html. Okay, so don't forget the HTML structure. We are doing HTML5. Let me increase my screen. Then don't forget that I must have my style over here, and the style that I'm going to have, the body, background color of the body is going to be, now I want to quickly show you something. There is this Chrome extension called color pick eyedropper. If you go to color pick eyedropper, so this is the extension over here. It can easily help you to pick colors on the page, so just install. I have it installed already, that's why it's saying remove from Chrome. So just install it. It has over 2 million users, so it has some sort of credibility. Now, how do you use it? I just hope you pin it to the top of this place. Click on it, and when you click on it, you can see anywhere I take my mouse to, it will attempt to show me the color in the place. It is showing me the hexadecimal color and the RGB color, if you can look at it very well. So this is just what I need. Just click on it and you can see the color over here. So this will be my background color. So don't forget it's a hexadecimal color. Okay, you can also use the RGB, but I love to use the hexadecimal. So body, then I have a div. This div that is over here, let me select the div. So the div, if you look at this thing I have over here, no, if you look at this thing let me close this. If you look at what I have over here, the div is not, the text is not spanning through the whole screen. It is only occupying the center. So, and you can see the margin top and the margin bottom too. But this is something you do with Flexbox to position your div properly in the center. But for now, let's just make do with what we have learnt. So come here, and this div, I can do something like the width should be maybe 400 pixels. Now I want the margin to be, say, 50 pixels. Then margin to be 50 pixels. Then margin. Okay, actually this is a good opportunity to teach you this thing. So there is a way you can set this margin over here to be 50 pixels auto. So 50 pixels will be for margin top and margin bottom, while margin left and margin right will be auto. So basically it is going to be centered, then the margin left and the margin top and margin bottom will be 50 pixels respectively. No, will be just be 50 pixels. So that will be for the div. Then I think if you look at the exercise, I have an H1, a paragraph, then something like an H3, then another paragraph. So come here, I have H1. I can't, I don't want to, okay, don't test me, bro. Okay, so your paragraph, lorem 30, then I have another H3. Let me come back here. Get off me, I didn't do anything. Get off me. I didn't do anything. Okay, so then I have another paragraph. The paragraph is going to be another lorem 30. Okay, so save this. Now let me close this spot for this one and open it again. Okay, now you can see what I have over here and what I have over here. Let's start styling it. All the HTML documents are in place. So the first thing we want to do is that the color should be white. Now since the color is affecting everything in the document, you can just come to the body. You can either use the containing div or the body. I think it's better to use the containing div. You can do something like color white. So basically, background color is going to be affecting the background of the item, but color will be affecting the content. And you can see that the contents of this div, we have the h1, we have the paragraph, then we have another h3, then another paragraph. So if you come to document, you can see everything is now white. Now come here. This is aligned center, I guess. This is also aligned center. So come here, then you do grouping selector. You can do something like h1 comma h3, then you say text align center. So if you check it, you can see the text is aligned center. Let me apply audio wide to it. I think I have it here, just to make it look nicer. Audio wide. Okay, so now that I have my audio wide, let me copy the CSS rule. Okay, text align center, then font family audio wide. If I come back here, you can see audio wide. Now come back here. I think the font sizes are manageable. Now this spacing over here, this spacing over here. So I think, let me bring in my universal selector. So I will be the one to add all the margin and padding. Margin 0, padding 0, then box sizing border box. Come back here, all the margin and the padding is gone, so unless the one I set. Okay, so for this one, you can see that the distance between this and this is the same thing. So I can just do something like this. Let me select h3, then I can do something like margin. So the margin top and margin bottom, let me set it to say 2 rems, then 0. So margin top and margin bottom is going to be 2 rems each. Then we have 0 for the margin left and margin right. Save this, then come back here. It is too much, so let's make it 1.5 rem. 1.5 rem. I still want to reduce it. Let's make it 1.25. 1.25. I think this is not bad. So, but for the h1, let the margin bottom be 1.5 rem. h1 margin bottom should be 1.5 rem. You can see this is the h1. So for the font, let's just use a web safe font, which is paragraph. The paragraph font family. Which one should I use? Let me just use trebuchet. Save this. Okay, so yeah, I think that's the whole exercise. That's the whole exercise. If you come here, it's just the font that differentiates the two of them. So we can, okay, the font is railway actually. I don't think I have railway. I don't think I have railway. Font family. Okay, railway is not here, but you can bring it in using Google Fonts actually. So let's go and look for it. Railway Google Fonts. Railway Google Fonts. Okay, so open. What I need is just the remove all. What I need is just the 400, which is 400 regular and 700 You can see the font is available in 700, 800, and 900. The font is also available in 300, 200, and you can see, and 100. So, but what we're going to be taking is just 400 and 700. So let me just copy the link. Then I'll just take down the audio wide. I'll just take down the audio wide. So this is the link for audio wide. Let me just take it down. Then for the font family, I'm going to be using this. You can see sans serif is a web safe font. Then we have railway. So it will try to load the railway if you are in an environment where network is very poor or the internet is very poor. What you are going to be seeing is sans serif. But if the internet is good enough to load the content delivery, the content on the delivery network, then you have railway to use. So copy this, come back. Then instead of, I'll just be having this. I can just take this down actually. Then come to the div. Come to this div and put railway there. Since the div, it will affect all the text in the document. You can see, you can see. So don't test me, bro. I think these two texts over here, they are uppercase texts. Uppercase texts. So H1 and H3 texts transform uppercase. Then for this H3, I want to increase the font size to maybe 1.5 rem. Oh, let me do 1.6. Save this. Okay, 1.25 is still manageable. Okay, I think I'm satisfied with this. I'm satisfied with this. So, well, that is the exercise. That's the exercise. So just work on this one and this one. The font you're supposed to use for this one is Lato and Lucid Sans, while this first one I think is Torochi. Yes, and then Source Sans Pro. Any font that you can't find on your laptop, please just go to Google Font, bring in the font, then you use it for the exercise. So that will be all. We move on to styling images. So let me create styling images dot html. Let me close this, and close this. Okay, html5. Now, working with images, before we do anything, I want us to quickly see three image orientations. Now, you need to understand these image orientations before you be able to use your images properly, to be very fair. So the first orientation we are going to be talking about is the landscape orientation. Now, this landscape orientation is that the width of the image is more than the height of the image. For example, look at my screen now. You can see the width of this window is more than the height of the window. So this is a typical landscape view. So I have an image here that is a landscape image. If I should open it, so you can see the image, a landscape image. You can see that the width of the image is more than the height of the image. So this is a landscape oriented image. So we have the portrait oriented image. You can see that the width is less than the height. The width is less than the height. So the height is more than the width in the case of the portrait. Then we have a square image. So this square image now, the width and the height is the same thing. So when you see a layout, you know if it's a horizontal, a vertical, a portrait, a landscape, or a square image that fits into the particular design. That is your first step to creating HTML images that fits into the design that you want to create. So moving on, I'm just going to be using the square image for now. So let me just bring in the img tag. So just square.jpg. Now the alternate text. I'm just going to say square image. I believe you understand what this alternate text is doing. Then let me add an ID. The ID will be, let me say, img. So then style, I can just come and select it using the ID selector img. Then let me load this first to my screen. So close the port, open it again. Okay, you can see the image over here. You can see the image over here. So I got it from Unsplash. That is why you are seeing all this images. I got it from Unsplash. So I want to close this and close this, close and close and close. Okay. So I have my image. The first thing that you might want to do is to reduce the size of the image. So you can do something like width. You can do something like width is like 300 pixels. If I should save this, width of 300 pixels. Okay, I have my image over here. Now you see that I set the image to a width of 300 pixels. It automatically adjusted the height. It automatically adjusted the height. So what if I have something like height of 300 pixels? If I should save this, it will automatically adjust the width in this case. But if I set the width and the height to a particular value, then it will take the two of them. I think this will be better if I use one of the other two images. Let me use the landscape image. If I should save this, you can see the height is 300 pixels. You can see that the height of the image is 300 pixels. It automatically adjusted the width. If I set the width to 300 pixels and I save it, you can see it will automatically adjust the height. But if I do something like width is 300 and height is say 100 pixels and I save it, it will just display the image using this particular dimension for the width and for the height without trying to auto adjust anything. But you can see that the image is distorted. We have so many solutions to this particular use case which I'll be showing later, but for now let's just leave this like this. So you can see the width and the height. So I'm going to be, let me go back to, or let me just create an image and let me bring in the square image. So everything, so the image is an inline element. Normally, let me, let this one be id img2. So if I should come here, img2, the width of this one, let me make it something like 400. If I should save this, the width is supposed to be 400 img2. Okay, it's supposed to be 400 pixels, yes. Now you can see that the image is displayed side by side. The image is displayed side by side. So this is to tell you that the image is an inline element. Is an inline element, but you can put a line break. There is this line break HTML element that you can use to take control to the next line. This BR over here, it stands for line break. You can use it to take the control to the next line. So basically the browser will load this image. After loading this image, it will observe this line break going to the next line, then it will load this image up, this second image. So this is going to be the landscape, then this is going to be, let me bring my, this is going to be the square image. Okay, save this. Now, okay, now let us move on. For this one, I don't want the height to be 100, so let me just, the width is 300, this one is 400. Very good. So the first property that we're going to be talking about is the border radius. So this border radius is what you use to add round corners to your images. For example, let me use this square image. I can do something like border radius is maybe 0.5 rem, which is 8 pixels. You can see the rounded corners on the images. You can see the rounded corners on the images. You can see the rounded corners. But if I want the image to be a round image, if I want it to be a round image, I can do something like border radius is 100%. You can see it's going to be a round image. Now, because you are using a square image, it's going to be a perfectly round image. It's going to, the circle is going to be perfect. But if you are not using a square image, then you're going to be getting an oval instead of a circle. Let me use this one for example. If I should save this, you can see that this is an oval. Why this is a circle? It is because the image in itself is not a square image, it is a landscape image. So you can see this oval here. If this were a portrait image, then the oval is going to be vertically inclined, or how do I explain it? Let me just bring the third image. So this one should be img3. So let me bring in the third image. Landscape, portrait, landscape. Okay, so this will be portrait. Okay, so this portrait image, this will be img3. So come here, img3. Okay, so if I should save this, now take a good look at this one. Now compare this oval shape over here to this one. You see that this one is just tilting towards the horizontal um, oval. Why this one? You can see this one is vertical, this one is horizontal. So it's because this is a portrait, why this is a landscape. This is a square image, that is why you are just seeing the image directly like this. Like the circle is a perfect circle. So all of them have their use cases, by the way. None of them is a waste. All of them have their use cases. So moving on, if you want to add a border to the image, it is very very simple. For example, I'll be using this perfectly squared image. So let me remove the border radius from this one. If you want to add a border to this image, you can do something like 2 pixels thick. The border should be solid. Then you can do something like black. You can see the image over here. I don't have any border radius there anymore. That is why it is perfectly square. So I can do 4. If I should save this, you can see that the border is now thicker. So let me apply it to this other one over here, the first one. If I should save this, you can see the border is thicker. So if I want to make a thumbnail image out of this first one over here, I can just do something like this. I have the border will be 1 pixel solid. You can see the border is 1 pixel solid. Then I can add something like a margin of maybe 3 pixels on the image. So the image, no, actually it's supposed to be padding. So you can see the space now. One other thing that you can add that will make the thumbnail image come out nice is maybe border radius of 4 pixels, something light, not too much. You can see the rounded corners. So this is how you create a thumbnail image. So for you to create responsive images, you can also use percentage as the width of the image. For example, this first one over here, you can do something like width as maybe 80%. It will acquire 80% of the screen. So you can see the whole screen now. It is just 80% of the screen that it's going to be acquiring. So if I do something like Ctrl Shift I and I open my developer tools in Chrome, so let me do this. If I should shrink the screen, you can see that the image is reducing. Unlike this other one over here, the width is fixed, so it is not reducing at all. So you can see this other one, it is increasing as I'm increasing the size of the screen. If I reduce the size of the screen, it is reducing. So that is a responsive image because I'm using percentage as the width of the image. So for you to center an image, the same way we have been centering, creating divs and putting them in the center is what we are going to do. So let me come back to my VS Code. Instead of this, let me just leave it as 300 pixels for now. Then if you want to center the image, all you have to do is just margin right is auto, then margin left will also be auto. Okay, so if I should save this, you can see that it is still at the beginning here. Like I said, this image by default is an inline element. So for you to use margin left and margin right of auto, it has to be displaying as a block. So if I should save this, you can see it is now centered. Why? Because it is displaying as a block. So you display it as a block, but you do the margin right and margin left auto, it will center the image. So another thing that you might want to do on your image is opacity. So I'll be using this img2 to demonstrate the opacity. Opacity is how opaque or transparent the image is. So you can do something like opacity. If you do an opacity of 1, that is 100% opaque. You can see 100% opaque. If you do an opacity of 0, that is 100% transparent. You will not see anything at all. But if you do 0.2, for example, the image will be faint. You can see that the image is faint now. You can see that it is faint. If you do 0.5, it will just be halfway opaque and transparent. So but if you set it to 0.75, it will be more opaque than transparent. So you can see, so it has its own use cases too. So you can actually do something like this. So opacity is 1, so you create a hover state for the image. Now this hover state, you can do something like, so this hover state, you can take all these ones out. Don't forget that this is a pseudo class. If I should save this, now the opacity is 1 if I do 0.8, all these little effects are part of what adds to user experience. So if I hover on it, you can see that when I bring my mouse over it, the opacity is changing. So another thing you can do is to do something like transition. Yes, this transition, you can say 0.25 seconds, then the transition type will be ease. If I should save this and I hover over, you can see that it is not transitioning immediately. It is giving it like some sort of animation. You can see. So all these little things are part of what adds to user experience. So that is for that. So you can also change the image to grayscale, like white and black. You can do that also. So instead of opacity over here, let me just take the opacity out. So let me take this one too out. Okay, actually this too, I'll take it out. So you can do something like filter. We have so many filters that you can use for images. You can see blur, contrast, grayscale, hue, invert, a lot of filters that you can use, but the one we are going to be using is this grayscale over here. So the grayscale 100%, we turn the image gray, just like you are seeing over here, but you can do something like 50%. You can see it's just halfway gray, halfway not gray. So that is how you can convert your image to grayscale, and you can also flip the image horizontal or vertical. So you can do something like transform. You can transform the image horizontal or vertical. Um, just scale x, then scale it as -1. If I save this, you can see that I've flipped the image. So if I want to return it to the original state and I save it, you can see the original state over here, but when I flip the image, you see that I'm getting something else. Then you can also scale it vertically. You can see that it is turning the image upside down now. It is turning the image upside down. So that is how you scale the image. Now, before we go, there is something very useful that you are going to be needing that I'll quickly show you now. But I'll be showing you using this first one over here, because it's actually with landscape images that you have that problem most times. Landscape and portrait actually. So the image, the width, I don't think I need padding, border radius and border for now. So let me just take it out. And I don't think I need this anymore. Okay, so you can see the image at the beginning over here now. So what if the image I have is this is the orientation of the image I need, but I need to create an image of, say, width of 500 and a height of, say, 250. Okay, it is still looking nice now. What if I want to create an image of height 150? No, actually I didn't add the pixels to it. So let me go back to 250. You can see that to some extent the image is distorted. Now if I make this to be 150 and I save this, you can see how distorted the image looks now. You can see how distorted the image looks. But to be fair, let's just make it 200. Okay, so imagine that I want to create a 500 by 200 image, and this is the image I have. How can I manipulate this image to make sure that I get my 500 by 200 without distorting the image? Now you have to do a trade-off. Some part of the image you are going to be losing it, but you are going to be getting an image that is 500 pixels wide, then 200 pixels. Um, that's the You're going to be getting an image that the width is going to be 500 pixels and the height is going to be 200 pixels. So how you are going to be manipulating it without distorting the image? You can use the object fit property. The object fit property, it is used to specify how an image or a video should be resized to fit its container. You can see that this image is distorted, but there's a container I want to fill, which is 500 by 200. So the object fit can be used to resize the image inside that container. So the object fit, I would like to set it to cover. If I should save this, you can see now I'm losing some part of the image, but the image is not distorted. So I can also do something like object position center. Object position center. So the image will perfectly be in the center. It might not be very visible because of this image I'm using now, but you will encounter some situations where you have to fit in a portrait. You have to fit in a landscape image into a portrait area. Like all those scenarios, you'll be needing something like this, the object fit and the object position. But for now, this is just a demo for it. So for the images, these are the exercises that you're going to be working on. You create an image with a black border, that is this. Create an image with maximum rounded corners, I mean 100%. Then create an image with square corners and whatsoever. Then you try to create this. So basically, all you have to do in this case is to create an HTML document. You can see this background color. You can pick it using this tool, color pick eyedropper. Then from there, you create a div. You make sure that the padding of the div that you want to create is 0. After that, you create this image, you bring in the text, you bring in another text, you bring in this text. You can leave these images for now, these icons, you can leave them for now. Then for these other ones over here, you can create a div inside that div. Then you bring in your contacts here. It's fairly simple. So even if it's not simple, it's something you can still, I believe you can do. So we move on to buttons, to links rather. We move on to links. Now let me bring up my HTML. I'll close my server, styling links.html. So don't forget your HTML format, HTML5, then Alt Z. Okay, so now links are basically the A tag. So you bring in the A tag. The A tag is going to be a link. Let me just use this for now. So click here to sign up. Okay, if I should save this, then go live, you can see the button I have over here. So let us start styling the button. Now the first thing I do when I encounter a button like this, wait, let me add my style. Then I'll select the A tag. So I'm going to be styling both the normal state and the hover state. So you can see that the hover state of this button over here is when you take your mouse over it is going to be changing the mouse from the normal mouse to a pointer. So these are things that you can also do. Okay, so for the A tag, for the A tag, for the A tag, the first thing I want to do is to remove this underline that is here. So text decoration none. So save that. You can see that the underline is now gone. So I can do something like background color should be black, but if it is a decimal color, it should be 0000000. So you can see the background color. Now I want the color of the text to be yellow. So let me just say hexadecimal, but this is black. So I'll click on this so that VS Code can come to save the day. This is where yellow is. Okay, so that is yellow over there. Then if I should save this, you can see the color is changing to yellow now. Let me add a padding. I can do a padding of 30 pixels. That will be very big. That will be very big. So let me just do, okay, I can do something like left and right, top and bottom. Let me do 10 pixels, 14 pixels. If I should save this, you can see 10 pixels, 14 pixels. One thing I like to do when styling my button is to bring in this universal margin 0, padding 0, box sizing, then border box. Save this. Okay, so I'm in total control of everything that happens. Let me add 2 line breaks. save this. Okay, so it is put these two line breaks over here. We push my button to come down so I can see it. So the padding is 10 pixels, 14 pixels. Then what else do I want to do? I might want to add a border radius to it. Say border. Like I might want to do something like no border radius. So this border radius I might just say 4 pixels. So I can do a margin. Let me just do margin left. Let me just do margin left of 10 pixels. I want it exactly, I don't want it to rest on the end of the page. So after doing that, I can say font family. Let me look for one of the beautiful fonts here. You can see the font has changed. So after that, we have so many things you can use to style this button. So many. So I can just say font size. I can say 1.5 rem. You can see the font size is becoming bigger now. Um, let this padding be 12 pixels, 20 pixels. Okay, so now you can see the button now. If you might want to start add a font to it, to make it bold, just font width bold. So you can see the button. Now let us just add the hover state to the link. A hover. Don't forget, is a pseudo class. So this hover state now, what can we do when they hover on it? Okay, let me just change the background color. Okay, we can just switch the color of the text and the button itself. So background color now will be this color, while the color of the text will be black. Okay, if I should save this, you can see the way it changes. You can see the way it changes. Then, but I don't like the way it is changing immediately, so I like to add a transformation. No, transition rather. It confuses me. 0.25 seconds then is, if I should save this, you can see the way it transitions nicely. So that is it. So there are so many ways to style this button that you are seeing over here. If you want to add a border to it, you can just come here and do something like border 2 pixels solid, then the no, it should be solid, then the color of the border maybe green, which is very unlikely. You can see the border now. You can see the border. So another thing you can do actually to make it look nice, the color of the border should be the color of the text. The color of the border should be the color of the text. So save this, you can see. But for this one, border, the border is going to be black. No, border should be 1 pixel solid. Okay. Okay, you can see what I have over here. Okay, this one is 2 pixels, so this one too should be 2 pixels. You can see it now. You can see it when I hover over it. It is giving me a different feel. So basically, that is how to style your link. But this is just the anchor link itself. So this anchor link is a nested element, so you can pass in images to it, you can pass text into it, and when you click on those particular elements, anything you add as the href over here, it will be visiting that particular page. So in most cases, some people prefer to put a button inside the anchor link, something like this button. So some people prefer to do this, to add a button inside the anchor link. So because we've added the button inside the anchor link, now if I should save this, you can see that all these styles that we have, it is applying to the anchor link itself and not the button. How do you correct this? Very simple. You come here, add an ID or a class to your button. So, well, you can, since this button is a direct descendant of A, you can do something like A then button. Okay, so you also come here A button. Don't forget, when we were doing selectors, we said when you want to select a direct descendant of the parent element, you can just use this to select the direct descendant. But if it is just any, if you remove this greater than sign over here and you just leave it as space, it will still work for this particular case. So if I should save this, you can see, so it is the button that is carrying the style. A is just like wrapping the button. So when you click on the button, anywhere you set this anchor link to go to, it will go there. For example, I can do something like um, https dot slash slash google.com. So if I should save this and I click on it, you can see all the way to Google. So let me just go back. So that is how to style your links. That's how to style your links. So you come here, you can see the exercises on button styling. You can see the exercises. So just try to do as many buttons as possible. Try to do as many buttons as possible. So we are going to be styling lists. We are going to be styling list elements. We are going to be styling list elements next. Styling lists dot html. So let me close the server. Don't forget html5. So alt z. Okay, now I have my html document up and running. Save this. I can close this and I can close this. So what do we want to do? We want to create a list. You can do something like ul, then I have the list item. Let me create 5 list items. So for this one I can do something like home, about, services, blog, then contacts. So if I should save this and I go live, you can see what I have over here. You can see what I have. So come back here. Alright, so I have to create a style tag. Now for this style tag now, so this this text over here, home, about, services and contact, all these list items, in most cases they are going to be text elements. So all the stylings that apply to text elements that we did earlier, you can just apply it to the list items, but to the list itself. So the list style type, you can see all these bullet points that we have over here, the dot, the dot, the dot, the dot. You can use ul. I'm selecting the list itself, not the item. You can see the list. So you can do something like list style type. The default is disk, but no, I think the default is I don't know, dot or something. If I should save this, yes, this is the default disk. But if I do something like none, you can see it takes that away. So we have some other options available, but nobody uses them. So the list style type. Let's just check. Let's just check. So you can see circle, disk, Georgian, lower alpha, lower Greek, and all these ones. But I just want to leave it as none for now. So depending on whatever use case that you find yourself, you know what to do. So another thing you might want to do is margin of 0 and padding of 0. You can see all the margin and all the padding is gone now. So you can also add a background color to it. Background color of maybe red. You can see the background color of red. So for the list items, don't forget, then I can just the list items. Don't forget that, like I said, most times it is going to be having um, they are going to be text elements, so you can easily apply the styling for text to this particular list items. But in this case now, you can do something like background color equals to pink. So, but for this one, I might want to add a padding of maybe 30 pixels. Then for all the list items, I might want to do a margin of maybe 10 pixels. Of maybe 10 pixels. You can see the way it is spanning through the screen. So this is telling you that this is a block element. This is a block element. You can see the way it is spanning through the screen. So that is it. So you can see the background color of pink. You can also change the text to white. You can also change the text to no, the color rather. You can change the color to white. If I should save this, you can see the color is white, but white is not really doing it a lot of good. So let me look for a way to deepen this pink. Okay, so no, the pink is losing its pinkiness. Okay, so this is not bad. So there are so many styles that you can apply to. There are so many styles that you can apply to this particular list items. There are so many things you can do to your list. So you can also do something like display inline. So you can see the way I display them inline. It is now showing um, initially the list items are displaying as block. You can see initially the list items it is displaying as block, but because I'm displaying them inline, it is now showing um, beside each other. Beside each other. So imagine that I want to make this a navigation bar or something like that. Instead of using list, I can just do something like I want to create this is a VS Code shortcut. I want to do something like a list. Then inside the list, put an anchor link. And this anchor link now, everything I want you to make it in 5 places. Okay, very good. So let me just home. Then the next one is about. Home about. Then this other one is services. Then contacts. Then I can have something like blog. I think no blog. In most standard websites, I think contact is what comes last. So let me just have my contacts here. Okay, so okay, so if I should save this, you can see that they are all links now. They are all links. So how do I start styling them? If you take a good look at what I have over here now, this link is a direct descendant of the unordered list. So, but the anchor links in all 5 cases, it's a direct descendant of list. So, what can I do? I can do something like ULLI. This is going to be if I should say text decoration none, and I save it. So ul, okay. So the reason why text decoration none is not doing anything here is because it is not the list that is carrying the underline. It is the anchor link that is carrying the underline. So what I'm supposed to target is the anchor link. I'm supposed to target the anchor link. So you can see that the underline is gone now because I'm targeting the anchor link. Don't forget, I have another list. Then I have a space before the list. I also have a space before the anchor link. Another way I can target this, I can also decide to do something like list. Then, since this is a direct child, since the anchor link is a direct descendant of this list over here, I can just use this greater than sign, and you can see everything is still working fine. Okay, so text, I can just change the color to white. If I should save this, you can see the color is now white. Let me remove this background color, it is not of good report. Okay, no, okay, this is what I'm supposed to remove. So actually this color of white, yes, it's not supposed to be here. This is the where it's supposed to be. So now text decoration is none, the color is white. So I can also do something like this. So over, I can decide to do text decoration underline here. So for this color, I don't need it. If I should save this and I hover on it, you can see text decoration gives me that underline. Text decoration, it gives me that underline. Another thing that you another thing that is done on most standard websites is that when you hover on the link, it will give you some sort of background color. Or let us start by this list item over here. Let's do a padding of maybe 10 pixels, 15 pixels. Okay, so, or actually it should be on the anchor link. So if I should save this, you can see 10%, 15 pixels, 10 pixels, 15 pixels. So when you hover on it, it should be giving you a background color of maybe black. If I should save this, you can see when I hover on it, it's giving me a background color of black, just like most standard. This style is something used across the web. It's something used across the web. So background color of black, you can add a bit of transition to it. So transition 0.25 seconds. I love to use 0.25 seconds. Then is something very simple to use. You can see, you can see. Then don't forget your border radius. I think by default border radius just 4 pixels, or 8 pixels would be too much. Just 4 pixels is fine. Okay, okay, so you can see what I have over here. You can see what I have over here. So that is that about that. You can, there are so many things you can do. There are so many things you can do with this. There are so many things you can do with this. Trust me. There are so many things you can do with this. But I'll be stopping here for now. So your exercise for this list is to create a navbar. You can see this navbar that I have over here. You can see this navbar that I have over here. I want you to create it. But in your own case, you are going to be having a logo here. Then um all these list items, you are going to be having it beside the logo. Actually, I would want the, if you can do it in such a way that all these list items is aligned to the left over here, it is very simple for you to align all these ones to the left. Then you have the logo by the right. That is your exercise for the list. So let's move on to styling form. Let's move on to styling form. So styling form dot html. So I want to bring up my HTML structure. Alt Z. Okay. So I believe that from your HTML lectures, you have gone through how to create a form. Let me just a post or a get anyone. So now I'm going to be creating a few form input items. So let me say input. The first one I'm going to be using is maybe input texts. Okay. So this input text, let the name of this one be something like name or full name. Then the ID is maybe name, full name. So I can do something like input email. So this one will be email. ID will also be email. Then it still select inputs apart from email. Email. Let me do telephone. Okay, so just keeping it simple. Then input. Let me use submit. So close my ports and open it again. Okay, so you can see what I have over here. You can see what I have now. This input, this telephone now, you can say phone. While the ID of this one will also be phone. So type is submit. The value is submit entries or something like that. I also want to add text area. Okay, so the name of the text area is going to be maybe um, message, while the ID is also going to be message. Then column 30 rows 10. This is not actually compulsory, but you can just leave it like that. So now this is telling you that the form input elements, they are inline elements. You can see what I have over here. This is an inline element, this is an inline element, and all that. So I want to add a placeholder to all the inputs. So I can say placeholder. That area placeholder that you are seeing the other time is used in some old browsers like say Microsoft Internet Explorer and all those old browsers. So for placeholder, I can do something like enter your name. If I should save this, you can see enter your name that is in the placeholder over here. So apart from that, enter your email. Then after this, enter your phone number. Then the placeholder for this one can be something like what is your question, or then okay, so if I should save this, you can see how everything is looking now. I've added my placeholders. Now let me start making it look a bit more palatable to the eyes. So I can do something like a label. I believe that in your HTML course, the one that you took, we have an HTML course on the website. You can on the YouTube channel, so you can just check it out. So the label for the name is full name. Actually, it is not advisable to have something like this. It's better you say full name. Okay, so you can do something like full name. So if I should save this, okay, I didn't add what is going to be shown. Okay, you can see what I have, full name and whatever. So this is already telling you that this is a nested element. This is this legend, this label over here is also an inline element, because as you can see, everything is still within the same line. It is not transferring control to the next line at all. So what you can do, you come here, add a line break. You also come to the end and also add a line break. So no, okay, you can see what I have over here now. I have full name, then I have enter your name. So full name is under, it's on top of enter your name. So I can just do the same thing for everything. I can just copy this, then I'll add the label. So this one will be for email. This one will also be for email. Then I'll add a line break. I'll add another line break. Add a label. This is for phone. This is also for phone. So this will be for text area. Label. No. This will be for label. For message. Then message. Okay. So if I add the line break, and you can see the way everything is on top of each other now. Let me just add a line break for this submit button, then we start styling it. So BR. Okay, so we can start styling it now. So how can we go about styling this thing? If I want to select if I want to select all the labels now, I can just come to my style BR. No, it should be style. So I can just say form. The form will just automatically take the form from me. So label. I can do something like font size 18 pixels, font family. I can just use one of these ones over here. Font family. Let me use this Lucid Sans. That is for the label. Then margin. I can do margin bottom of maybe 10 pixels. Then if I should save this first, you can see what I'm having over here. It is coming to shape, but that margin bottom is not enough. Let me do 20 pixels. It is not giving me that spacing that I want. Okay, perhaps because it is a label. I get. So let's go on to style the inputs themselves. So I can do something like form input. Now this is how you use the attribute selector. I want to select the input with the type of text, so you can just say input type equal to text. Now it is this input over here that is going to be selecting. So you can just say background color is maybe red. If I should save this, you can see that the background color is red now, so it is working fine. So, but I want to apply all the styling I will write here. I want to apply it to this, and this. So I can just come here. Don't forget your grouping selector. So this one email, and this one detail. Okay, I'm supposed to put a comma here. Okay, so you can see that the way I'm using the grouping selector here now, this is the attribute selector, input type equal to text. So that is the attribute selector. So the background color red, I can just remove this first because this is rubbish. Nobody does this. So moving on, I don't want any border, so border is what? 0. No, what am I doing? The border should be 0. So I don't have any borders now. So I think that is outline of 0. So I want to type and I don't have to deal with the outline. So the next thing that we want to do is I can do something like border, um, well, okay, border bottom. I can do something like 2 pixels solid, then black. Okay, if I save this, you can see the border button for all of them. So margin top, I can do a margin top of maybe 10 pixels. If I should save this, you can see the distance between the input and the label. So the margin bottom too, or I can just say 10 pixels 0. So the margin top and the margin bottom is supposed to be 10 pixels. No, I'll just remove this. Yes, that is what is affecting it. You can see the margin top and the margin bottom. So let me now change the font size. Now this font size though, I can do something like 16 pixels. If I should save it, you can see that the size of the font itself, it have increased 16 pixels. So moving on, another thing I might want to change here is that I don't like the way this thing is all pure black. It's not looking nice. So if I should save this, okay, the color is dimmed, but okay, save this. Okay, so I like the way it is now. So this is just a basic form. Now let us start the text area. So this is the text area over here. Am I actually, no, I want this to have the whole border. So for this text area, I don't want it to have an outline. Let me just come here from text area. Okay, so this text area now, outline, the outline is 0. Then apart from this outline, I want the border to be 2 pixels, 2 pixels solid, then this color that I have over here, so to create some sort of some level of uniformity. Okay, very good. So for this message, the margin top is 10 pixels, so let me also use a margin, actually 10 pixels 0. So the margin top and the margin bottom is going to be carrying that 10 pixels. So let me give it a padding of 20 pixels. So when you're typing, no, the padding is too much. The padding is too much. So let me just use 10, and let me give it a border radius. The border radius of just 4 pixels. Okay, so okay, very good. It's coming to shape. So what else might we want to add? Actually, for these ones, I will want to have something different for the margin bottom. For all these ones over here, I want the margin bottom to be something like 20 pixels. So it will create a lot of space between one input field and the other input field. Okay, so we can just leave this one as margin top, then close all these gaps. Okay, so for this one, I think I'll just leave this for now. Then let's style this submit button over here. If you take a good look at it, the type is submit. So just come here, from type, no, from, then inputs, but the type is going to be equal to submit. All the stylings that apply to your links is going to apply to this one, but let me just set the background color to this one over here. Then I can just say border radius of 4 pixels. Then let me add a padding of maybe 10 pixels, 16 pixels. Then I will add a margin top of maybe 20 pixels. If I should save this, you can see what it's looking like, but I don't want the border none. So you can see what I have. It will be very nice if I can make the font weights to be bold. If I make the font weight bold, and let me increase the font size to maybe 16 pixels, if that is not what it is already. Okay, so let me add a border of 1 pixels solid, then maybe black. No, actually, let's make this 2 pixels. Let's make it 4. No, that's too much. I think. Okay, let's leave it as 3. So you can see this, and another thing you can add is cursor of pointer. Yes, cursor pointer. If I should save this, when I hover my mouse over it, you can see cursor pointer. You can see what I have over here. So that is it basically. That is it basically. So you can also configure the hover state by doing so dot hover, so pseudo class. So dot hover, then you have, let's just say, background color. Let me use this aquamarine, so they're almost the same. If I should save this, you see when I hover on it, it goes lighter a bit. So let me add, to make it look nice, transition 0.25 seconds, then you use, so you can see the transition. So if you don't want the border, I think I have border none here. I can just take it out because you don't repeat yourself. You do not repeat yourself. So yeah, basically that is it. We have so many other form items. We have the radio buttons, we have the select, we have the checkboxes and all that, but This is where we are going to be stopping for now. So you can always read up on all those things. There will be links in the description where you can read up on some of all these things. But for now, I believe that this is what you're going to be needing. So you can see the way what I did over here, that I have an underline for this one. If you don't want the underline, if you want it to just be the border to go around, you can just come back to the form input. You can see this border over here. Actually, you don't repeat yourself, so you're supposed to take this one out. So 2 pixels solid, you can see. So you can also add some padding of maybe 8 pixels. The padding will be inside of the form itself, so when you are typing. Okay, so another thing you can do is to add a border radius. I love border radius, just 4 pixels. So you can see what it looks like now. You can reduce the font size to 14 pixels. Okay, so yeah. Okay, that will be all for forms for now. So let's go to the exercises. Mm, okay, these are the exercises on form. So you can see what I have over here. You should be able to do this. Then this is the second one. Name, email, a message. Then you can see the send button over here. So the width of this button is going to be 100%. So the width of this button is going to be 100%. You can use this eyedropper to pick the color, then also pick this color over here, and you'll be good to go. So we are going to be styling nested elements now. We are going to be styling nested elements. So I wanted to call it styling containers, but I ended up with just saying styling nested elements. I actually meant your div, your section, your sidebar, your aside, and every other element that you can use to contain other elements that are basically containers. I'm going to be using the div to explain this, but you can apply it to some other containers like the aside, the article, every other container element. So come back here, then close this and styling nested elements dot html. Okay, so html5 alt z. Moving on, I want to create a div. So this is what I'm going to be using. The id is going to be maybe, let me say, main div. So let me have another div inside. That's inner div. Okay, so I can come to my style over here, and let me bring in my universal selector and do something like margin of 0, padding of 0, then the box sizing, border box. So if I should save this, okay, I've not opened it. Margin 0, padding 0, the box sizing of border box. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is to, okay, so the id main div, this main div now, what I want for this main div to do is to occupy the whole screen. You understand? The width of the screen, the height of the screen. So I can do something like the width of maybe 100%. Then let me first of all add a height of maybe 400 pixels, so you understand this thing better, but it will not be visible because there's no color. So let me use background color of red. Save this, close the port and open it again. It's supposed to have opened by now. I'm just styling nested elements. Okay, very good. So styling nested elements, very good. So you can see that the width is occupying the whole screen and the height is occupying 400 pixels. But if you want the height to occupy the whole screen, you are going to be using 100 viewport height. 100 viewport height, VH. So you can see that the red is occupying the whole screen. That is, I mean this outer div over here, this main div over here. Then we still have the inner div too. You have the main div, then we have the inner div. So if I want to select that inner div, I can do something like inner div, then that inner div, I'm going to be having something like background color of maybe, let me use this aqua. So background color of aqua, then the width of maybe 300 pixels, then a height of 200 pixels. If I should save this, okay, the inner div is a class, so okay, you can see the position where I have it over here. You can see the position where I have it over here. I've been able to use 100% to stretch this outer div to the beginning of the end of the screen and also the height of the screen. Then I have this inner div, which is a direct a descendant of this main div over here. So this thing that I have over here now, if I want to create a circle, if I want the circle to be perfect, you can, what I have over here is a landscape layout. If I want it to be a square layout, just 300 by 300. Save this, and you can see what I have. So border radius 100%. Save it. You can see I have my circle, and the circle is perfect. Border radius. Yeah, you can see the circle is perfect. So now let me put an image inside this thing. Let me put an image inside, but I'll remove the border radius. So let me put a square image inside. So this image, let me just use the squared image that I have over here. Or let me, yes, the squared image. Or let me use the landscape. So let me say the landscape image. Now, if you take a good look at what I have now, this container is only 300 by 300, but the image is way bigger than 300 by 300. Now it has overshadowed the container. So I want to make this image to stay within the boundaries of this container. So I can do something like this. Dot inner div, then locate the image that is inside, then set the width of that inner image to 100%. If I should save this, you can see what I have over here now. Let me add some bit of margin. No, it is the inner div I want to add the margin to. So why is it giving me some margin on top? This is not what I want. Um, let's just continue. So the inner div, then the image width is 100%. So I've constrained the image to 100% of the parent element, which is exactly what I did at this point here, which is what I did using this main div image. So the parent element, which is the body, is occupying the whole screen. the entire screen. So I said, okay, this main div, you are going to be occupying 100% of the parent element and also 100% of the viewport height. The viewport height is from this my web browser over here to the end of the page. So that is what red is occupying. So for this image that I have inside, I've been able to constrain the image, even though the image is way wider, to 100% of the container. That is what I did over here. 100% of the container. Another thing I can decide to do is to put text inside this thing that I have over here. So if I want to put text, I can just come and put in, I can just say span. So I can just say New York Gardens. So you can see New York Gardens over here. If I want to give it some sort of styling, or let me make it a paragraph. Let me make it a paragraph. So dot inner div, the paragraph. What do I want to do? I can do something like font size equal to maybe 1 rem. Then align the text center. Then some margin top of maybe 10 pixels. Save this. You can see New York Gardens. Font size. Let me make this font size 2 rem. Okay, New York Gardens. Let me make it 1.5. Then I'll make it bold. 1.5 rem. Then font weight 700 for bold. Okay, so New York Gardens. So you can see what I have. I have an image, then I have a text that is aligned center. So there are so many things you can do with this particular um, div over here with the aqua background. So I've put I'm having an image inside. I've added a text to it. So I can also set the padding to something like 10 pixels. So you can see the padding. The padding is before the content. You can see what I have, the padding. Just the space between the content and the border. That's the padding. So that is how you can add the padding to your div. So you can also set the margin. Another thing you might want to set is another thing you might want to set is the overflow. For example, um, let me add another image, or let me just copy the whole of this, and if I should save this, you can see that this particular image and this is overflowing. I don't like the way this thing is looking like this. The paragraph, the margin top is 10. Let me just do 10 0, so to be margin top and margin bottom. Okay, so okay, very good. It's giving some spacing. So you see now that this and this is overflowing this over here. So what can you do to correct this? The container, which is this div over here, this inner div, it has a property called overflow. So let's start with overflow y, which is the vertical overflow. We have overflow x, then we have overflow y. This case now is a vertical overflow. So you can do hidden. If I should say hidden, if I should save it, anything that is overflowing the whole div, it will hide it. That is hidden. But what another possible option is scroll. So you can see it is now adding this scroll bar. So you can use this scroll bar to scroll between the elements that you have in the div, just the same way you will have on your page. If the content is overflowing, it will create a scroll bar for you somewhere here. So you can use the scroll bar to navigate the page. So you can see what I have over here. So you can see scroll. Now that I have scroll over here, if I should remove these two, Now, even though it is not overflowing, it is still putting the scroll bar there, even though there is no overflow. So the safest thing to do is to use auto, overflow while auto. So I'll save this. You can see that now there is no need for a scroll bar. So obviously you will not see a scroll bar. But if I should come here and I add this and I save this, now there is need for a scroll bar. It automatically brings the scroll bar by itself. So this is the safest thing to do. It on its own, it will bring up the scroll bar by itself. So that is the best thing to do. We also have overflow y. We also have overflow y. We also have overflow y. This overflow y it occurs when you have content overflowing the div horizontally. So let us create that scenario. So for this image, the width is 100%. What if I do something like um, I've never tried it before, but let me say 150. I've never tried it before. Okay, so it works fine. So 150% of it. You can see it automatically it is giving me that overflow X. Automatically, it is giving me that overflow X. You can see what I have. So you come down, overflow X. So by default, I think it has a feature by default for overflow X. So you can also have scroll, auto hidden, and all those things. You can say overflow X hidden, save it. You can see what I have over here now. Anything that is not within this viewport over here, it will hide it. So that is that about that. So if you want to create a rectangle, let us quickly create a rectangle. I'll just create another div over here. So this div is id second div. This div is the second div. Then this second div, now what you want to do with it is to set the width to, we are trying to create a rectangle, so 700. Then the height, you are going to be setting it to maybe 500. This is supposed to be pixels, please don't forget pixels. Then the background color, you can set it to maybe green. Then what else? I think that is all we need. So okay, this is it over here. Oh, the second div, I expected it to be inside of this main div over here. So copy, or actually cut, put it inside this div over here. I don't want it to overflow the screen. Okay, it is still overflowing it. So let me reduce the height. Let me make this to be 300. Okay, so I think I'm safe now. So this is the rectangle over here. This is the rectangle. So this is scrolling just fine, and you can see the rectangle there. So that is it basically. That is it basically. How to style your containers. We have so many other stylings available for containers, but I'll stop here for now. On div styling and the nested elements, these are going to be the exercises that you have to work on. So for this first one, all you have to do is to create the div, then add some kind of put a div, another div outside. So you, this will be the color of that particular div, then you put another one. So this will be the color, then you put another one, so it will be a nested div. The outer div will be this margin div. Then you have another div inside of the margin div where you have the border, another one for the padding, then the innermost div will be for the content. So you can see this one over here. So you just on the body itself, you're going to be having this paragraph. Then you create a div, you give the div some kind of padding for this outer spot. Then you give it a border of, this should be like 2 pixels. Then the background of the div is going to be yellow, but you can always use your color pick. Yes, you can use your color pick eyedropper to pick the color that you're going to be having. So that is all for divs. We are going to be talking about display now. Display is basically how your element positions on the web page. We have so many values for display. We have the static, we have absolute, we have fixed, relative, sticky, initial, inherit. So I'm going to be showing you why we might want to position an element as fixed. Now you want to position an element as fixed if on the browser you want it to be fixed at a particular point. So for example, if you take a good look at this Grammarly extension that I have over here, if I scroll up and down, no matter how up or down I scroll, it is positioned to this particular area. That is one place where you might want to fix the the particular element or the asset. So let me position fixed dot html. Okay, so let me come up with my html structure. What's it? Okay, so the first thing I want to do is to create, okay, let us use a menu bar. Okay, let us use a menu bar, but the first thing I want to do to make this actually show properly is to make the margin of all my elements to be 0, also to make the padding of all the elements to be 0. Then the box sizing is going to be border box. Okay, so this is the first thing I want to do. Then the second thing I want to do is I will create a div and call this one the header. Okay, so then I'll create another div. I'll call that one the body. Okay, so this body div, I'm going to be using a paragraph. So this paragraph will be like lorem 150 because I want it to contain a lot of content. So okay, if I save this, so this paragraph I can just copy it and paste it 2 times or 3 times. So I want it to occupy the whole page. If it doesn't occupy the whole page, I might just increase the size of the paragraph because I want to have to scroll. So let me just do something like paragraph, um, paragraph font size, say, let me say 1.75 rem. Okay, so this header, let me use an unordered list. So this unordered lists, inside I'm going to be having list items. I don't need them to be links for now. Let me just use ordinary text. So list items, and I want 5. Okay, so the first one I'm going to be having the second one I'm going to be having about, I can have portfolio, next one team, then contact team, then the next one contacts. Okay, so if I should save this, then let me close my port and open it again. Okay, so yes, you can see that I'm scrolling now. This is what I want to achieve, me being able to scroll. So you can see what I have over here. Let us start styling it. So okay, um, I can say the header. Don't forget the header is a class, so I'm going to be using the period to select it. Header, I can have a background color of black. So this header background color of black, then let me, okay, the list display style is already none. I want to, okay, so the next thing I want to do is to say the unordered list, then indexing the list item itself. Okay, I want to display inline. If I display it inline, okay, so the color is going to be white, then the font size is going to be 1 rem. Then let me save this first. Okay, the color is now white, the font size is 1 rem. The next thing I want to do is to give this header, okay, um okay, this unordered list itself, ul, I can give it a margin top, or a margin of say 30 pixels, then auto. Okay, save this. No, actually this is supposed to be padding. This is supposed to be padding because of the ul. It's not giving me the padding. Okay, let me, no, this is what should be carrying the padding. The padding should be 30 pixels auto. So padding top, then padding bottom will be 30 pixels. Okay, exactly what I want. So, or let me just make this 2020. Okay, very good, very good. So I don't need this anymore. Now let me space them. If I want to space them, I can do something like margin of maybe 20 pixels. No, that would be too much. Margin top and margin bottom can be say 10 pixels, but the padding, okay, then let me just use any padding for now. So you can see what I have over here now. This is the menu bar. What I tried doing is to create a menu bar because this is a practical use case for it. So you can see my menu bar now. You can see what I have. Let me have this, my unordered list. What if I float it right? Okay. Um, Let me leave it the way it was initially. Okay, you see what I have now. I want to fix this to the top. So, and you can see the container is the this header div. So I'll just try to look for the header div, which is what I have over here. Okay, now you can see what I have. This is my menu bar, and you can see the page content itself. So let me add some line break to make this thing come out nicer. Then some line breaks. Okay, so okay, you can see the line breaks to make it look nicer. So come back here now, explaining the position property. So I can come here and do something like position, and the position, the value is going to be fixed. Then I have to set the top to 0. If I should save this, you can see what I have, but I have to make the header have a width, no, it should have a width of 100%, so it will span through the whole screen. So you can see what I have now. If I'm scrolling, you can see this is positioned to the top of the page. You can see that this is positioned to the top of the page, no matter how further from the top I scroll. You can see what I have, but you can see that it is pushing this content underneath, this other content, it is pushing it up. So what I can do is to come to the paragraph and do something like margin top. Then I can say I can do something like margin top, then maybe 30 pixels. But this is going to be affecting all the paragraphs. Let me say 40 pixels. I'm losing some part of the content, part of 50 pixels. 60. Okay, so I have all the content, but let me put this one in line in the first paragraph, this paragraph over here, because I don't want it to affect all the paragraphs. I can just add an ID to this one, but let me just use inline styling. Okay, okay, so only this first one will be affected now. So you can see how the position fixed work. If I want to fix, if for one reason or the other I want to fix this to the bottom, all I have to say is just bottom of 0, and you can see it is at the bottom already. You can see it's at the bottom. This is how you can fix, basically you are fixing this to the browser screen. That is where you are fixing this thing. You are fixing it to the browser screen. You can see how to fix it to the top, to the bottom. So that is exactly how this was fixed to this place. This is how this was fixed to this place. When you go to any browser, any website, you might see some sort of contact or chat icon somewhere here. That is how they put those chat buttons there. So that is position fixed for you. So the second one that we are going to be talking about is scroll. Is sticky. Is sticky. So this element is positioned based on the user scroll position. You can see that no matter how up or down I scroll, you can see the position of the nav bar. No matter how farther from the top I scroll, everything is positioned to this to one particular side. Let me fix it back to the top. So okay, I'll just use this one top. Okay, so it is back to the top now. No matter what I do, this is fixed to the top. But there are some scenarios where you don't want this actually. There are some delicate scenarios where you don't want this. And I will give you one of those. So before this header div, let me come up with an image. img. Let me bring in an image. Let me use the landscape image. So, and let me target the img. Then I will set the width to 100% because I don't want it to be overflowing the screen. Then the width to 100%. Then I can say the height is going to be maybe, let's say, 450 pixels, but I know that the image will be distorted, so object fit should be cover. Then object position should be center. So if I should save this, I should have an image here. Okay, yeah, you can see the image I have now. You can see the image I have now. um, Initially when you used to have display static like we have been doing since, this is the image and this is the header. Display static, which is the default, is going to be positioning the image before this header, but because I'm having display of fixed on the header, it is positioning itself on top. You understand? Nothing concerns the header together with any other part of the document because it is going to be displayed on the user screen. It is just going to be fixing it in one part of the browser window. So um, for now, let me take away the position fixed. If I take away the position fixed, this top is not going to be having any effect anymore. So sequentially, this is what the program looks like. If you want to show it sequentially, if you see what I have over here, I have the image first, then I have the header, then after the header I have the body. So this is the images, the header, then this is the body, exactly the way we have it in this document, which is the position static. So how does the sticky work? The sticky work like this. So you can see that the header is after the image. I can come back here and do something like, instead of position fixed, I can do position sticky. Okay, I can do position sticky. If I should save this now, take just take note how this header is going to behave right now. So I'm going to be scrolling. Then as soon as this header touches the top of my browser, you see what it is going. You see what it does. You see what it does. You can see it is behaving as static and as fixed. At some point, it is static, but when this the top of the header touches this the top of my browser, it is going to be fixed at that point. It's going to be fixed at that point. So basically, that is how your sticky works. There are some websites where you get to, and this is what you're going to be having. It is going to be scrolling the header, then when it gets to a point, the header becomes sticky. So it is good for user experience, but the best thing is just to work with the design you have. So if this is what the design says, then why not just flow with it? So we also have the position relative. We have the position relative. So the element is positioned relative to its normal position. So if you do something like left for 20 pixels, it will just add 20 pixels to the element's left position. If you do 20 pixels to the right, it will just give you 20 pixels to the right. Let me give you an example here. So um, let me say this unordered list now. This unordered list, I can do something like ul position relative, then left like 20 pixels. If I should save this, you can see what I have now. Down on another list, it have given a 20 pixel shift to the left. So that is how position relative works. Let me make it like 70, so it will be very obvious. You can see it is very obvious. It is shifting from the left. So if you want to fix it to the right, you can do something like right, um, maybe maybe 20 pixels. Although you might not, you can see what it's having now, 20 pixels to the right. So it is pushing it from the right 20 pixels. So I don't want to do any of those things. So let me just leave this. Let me just leave this. So that is how position relative works. So, but there's also position absolute. There is position absolute. This one is very interesting because the way the position absolute works is that the element is positioned relative to its parent position, or to its parent element rather, that is not static. It is going to be positioned relative to the parent element. If you look at this fixed now, fixed is positioned relative to the browser. Sticky is positioned also relative to the browser but with some adjustments. So relative is positioned with relative position relative. The element is positioned with relative to its own position, its own original position. So let me save this so this can come back. Okay. So then we have position absolute. It's positioned relative to its own to its parent position. Let's add an element to the end of the page. So let me add okay, this div is for body. So let me add another div here and say this is for footer. Okay. So now this class footer now, let me come here and style it. Say dot footer. So this particular footer now, I'm going to be giving it a background color of maybe red. No, it should be red. Then I can say the width should be 100%. Then I want it to span the whole screen. Then the height is going to be maybe 40. No, let me do 200 pixels. Then okay, let me save this and see what it is going to be looking like. So you can see what I have over here. Let me make it like 500. So what we are trying to explain will be very obvious. So you can see what I have over here now. So let me come here and put in another div inside. So this is going to be the outer div, which is the parent div. Now I'm going to be having the inner div here. So let me put another div. So this div is going to be a circle, which is the inner, no, class inner div. This can be any element. It can be a text, it can be whatsoever, but I want to use another div. So let me say the inner div. or I can do something like dot footer inner dot inner div. So I can do something like background color of white. Then the width will be something like 75 pixels. I want it to be a very perfect circle, so the height too has to be 75 pixels. Then after this, I'm going to be doing the border radius of 100%. Then if I should save this, you can see naturally to be at the beginning of the footer. So let me not use white, let me use another color. Let me use another color. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with this color, but okay, let me do something somewhere here. This is not going to look nice. Okay, let me use this. Okay, so you can see the position, the natural static position. I've not added any position into this one. So this is the parent element and this is the child element. Now this parent element, I can do something like position relative, but I'm not going to be adding any left, right whatsoever. So that is how you use absolute, the position absolute. So the parent position have to be position relative, then the child position is going to be absolute. The position absolute. So this position, this parent, now don't forget that this position relative, you are positioning the element with respect to its own natural position. But this position absolute, you are positioning the element with respect to the position of its parent. So that is not a static, that is not positioned as static. So if I should save this, nothing happens. Okay, but I can do something like top 20 pixels. If I should save this, you can see the movement, the top of 20 pixels. You can see the top 20 pixels. What if I do something like left 30 pixels? Guess what? You can see, because this is obviously from the left, it is pushing it 30 pixels in. From the top, it is pushing it 20 pixels down. So what if this is right and I save this? Guess what? Your element is here, because from the top it is pushing it 20 pixels down, then from the right it is pushing it 30 pixels in. So that is how position absolute works. So you can see this comes in handy in so many areas, in so many areas. If you take a good look at the, let's go to YouTube, let's go to YouTube. Let me quickly show you something here. Let me quickly show you something here. There was a time when they used to put the length of the video. Exactly. You can see this, the length of the video, 1 hour 21 minutes and 59 seconds. You can see, you can see the length of the video, 32 minutes 13 seconds. You can see the length of the video, 1 hour 1 minute 32. You can see all this length of video now, they were positioned absolute relative to their parent container. That is how they positioned all those timestamps. That is how they were positioned there. If you take a good look at this click on button that we have over here, this button over here, that is also another use of position, relative than absolute. The parent container will be relative, but the element itself is going to be absolute. So that will be all about the positioning property for now. Let's move on to layout flexbox. So layout flexbox, layout flexbox. So create another layout. We have the flexbox.html. So this is the Flexbox. It's a layout tool. Comes in very handy in HTML when you want to create responsive layouts. So many developers they love to use it. We also have the another layout too, which is called the CSS Grid. So Flexbox is my favorite, but like my mentor told me, no actual original unique professional developer will know only Flexbox. So I will advise you to learn both the Flexbox and the Grid. The Grid I'm going to be explaining after the Flexbox. Just you need to have the both of them at your fingertips for you to create very very nice layouts. So and you won't want to restrict yourself to Flexbox. Flexbox is sweet, but you won't want to restrict yourself to it because there are some layouts that you want to create that only Grid will be the proper thing to use in that particular scenario. So HTML structure, come to HTML5. Then don't forget the first thing I want to do is to say no. I have to bring in my style tag. Then bring in my universal selector. Then the margin of everything will be 0. The padding of everything will be 0. Then the box sizing is going to be border box. Very very important. Okay. So let me create my body. Let me give my body a background color of aqua. Background color of aqua. Okay. So now I'm going to be creating in this body. I'm going to be creating a div and call it the outer div. Then I'm going to be creating a div. I'm going to be calling this particular div the child div. I'm going to be calling this div the child div. Then I want to create how many of these children div do I want to create? Let me create like say 10 of them. Okay, so that will be multiplied by 10. This is a VS Code shortcut. So um now take a good look at what I have. I have this parent div, then we have the child div, the children div rather, whichever way you want to call it. So let me start styling them. This outer div, this outer div, I'll just say um dot outer div. Let me say this one. The width is going to be 100%. I won't mind. Or let me make it 80% of the screen. Then this 80%, I'm going to be having margin right. Okay, margin should be 0 auto. So margin left and right is going to be margin left and right is going to be auto. Then margin top and bottom is going to be 0. After that, what else do I want to do? Let me add a border to it. Border. Let me just make it 2 pixels solid, then black, so it will be visible the borders. This should be solid, not sold. Solid. Okay, so now let me add a padding to it, so it will create inner room between the content and the border. So this padding, I'm going to be doing something like 30 pixels. I want it to be very visible. So for the children div, I'm going to be doing dot child div. Okay. So this child div now, what do I want to do? I want to do um, width of maybe now. Take a good look at what I want to do here. This is the children div and this is the parent div. This outer div. This outer div is 80% and this margin is 0 auto. Okay. The border is going to be 2 pixels and the solid is going to be black. Padding of 30 pixels. Now this width now, I want to create a 4 column layout. If I want to create a 4 column layout, I'm going to be having 100% as the whole width. If I want to create a 4 column layout, I can do something like 25%, the child width to have a width of the child element to have a width of 25%, but I have to give room for the gap for the space in between them, so I can do something like 30 pixels. Oh no, I can do something like 20%. So 20 times 4 is going to be giving me 80. Then the remaining 20% will be the room that is meant to, the room created for the spacing and all that. So the width is going to be 20% of this child div. So let me say the height. I want the height to be, say, 40 pixels. Then this 40 pixels now, I want the background color to be black. Okay. So if I should save this, close my ports, and open it again. Okay, let me create a padding top. Let me create a padding top with this outer div. Padding top. No, it should be margin top actually. Margin top. I can do something like 30 pixels so it will push the content down. Yes, exactly. Now this appears like one element, right? But let us inspect it. Control Shift I. So this is Control Shift I in your Chrome Developer Tools. So if you come to picking the element, I don't want this. Let me go to elements. Okay, now you can see all the elements that I have. Let me go to the body. Um, this is the head where I have all the styling that I created. Now this is the body. You can see the outer div over here. Now you can see the children. You can see the first div, the second one, the third one. Look the way it's been highlighted on the page. You can see they are just being stacked on top of each other. No margin, no padding, nothing, nothing. So if I want to see the margin and the padding, very simple. What I have to do is, let me make this one smaller. Then the child div, I can do something like margin margin of maybe 20 pixels. If I should save this, you can see it is creating the margin now, and the margin is margin top, margin bottom, margin left, and margin right, 20 pixels. You can see the spacing it is creating, but this is not what I want to do. Now here comes Flexbox. So this height 40 pixels, let me make it 80. So it will increase the size of the boxes. So the boxes will be longer now, but it's fine. So close this. So that is me telling you that this is not a single element. They are just a group of elements stacked on top of one another. Now, this is how you use Flexbox. Don't forget, this is the parent element. Now I have the child element over here. This child element over here, we can see we have 10 of them. Now, this parent element where you have the width, the margin, and whatsoever, you are going to be using display flex on it. If you save it as display flex, you see what you are having. It is flexing everything. It's just going to be flexing everything. So display flex is going to, by default, the reason why this thing is displaying inline is because by default your direction, the flex direction is going to be row. So, and you know that row is basically horizontal, so that is why it is stacking everything by by the side of each other. So that is display flex. Okay, now that you have your display of flex, you can just do flex wrap. Then you say wrap. You can see that the flex wrap is giving you wrap now. This is still confusing because everything is just by the side of each other. So you can do something like gap 20 pixels. So you can see the gap that it is showing now. You can see the gap. This is the gap that it is showing. That 20%, the gap. You can see the gap that is here now. So now, but apart from this display flex, you can do something like justify content. Now I can just justify content in so many ways. You understand? I can do something like space around. If I should save this, you can see it is putting the space around the item. You can see the space around. It is justifying everything, space around. So another option is space between. This is my favorite. Although it still depends on the layout you are trying to create. So you can see the space between. It will make sure that the space is between all the items. You can see the space between, the space between. So we have space around, space between, we have space evenly. We have space evenly. You see what space evenly is, the way it is. So apart from space evenly, I think we have one other specify content. We also have center. Yes, we also have center. But center is used in situations where you want to center an item. You want to make an item justify to the center. Basically, when you want to center an item, let me give you an example before we proceed. So let me create another div somewhere here, and this works across CSS. If I have div, let me say the class of this one, temporarily, the class is going to be outer temp. Then let me have an image here. Okay, let me have an image here. So the image is going to be this portrait. Then let me leave the alt text for now. So this outer temp, this outer temp, I can do something like display flex, then justify content center, then align items center. So with just this, I can easily center the image, but I must make sure that the image is not bigger than this container. And let me make the width to be 80%, then margin should be 0, or let me say 50 auto. Okay, this should be 50 pixels. So I'm not supposed to have this comma here. Okay, so since this is the margin, let me add a border so we can see the edges. Border 1 pixel solid, then black. Okay, so this, I'm supposed to have this here, 1 pixel solid black. So if I should the image, I need to work on the image. So dot outer, then temp, I should have the descendant, which is an image. The descendant, which is an image, I can say the width should be maybe 100, and the height should be 100. Since it's a square image, it will not be distorted. So if I should save this, I want the width to be 100 and the height to be 100. I did not add a height to this other one. I can say the height should be 400 pixels. So the width should be 100 pixels rather. Then the height too should be 100 pixels. This is why it is not effective. So if I should save this, now you can see the image in the center. I'm justifying the content to the center, then I'm also aligning the content to the center. Justifying center is like justifying it horizontally, then aligning the content center is is like the align justification, the vertical alignment. Yes, that's it. The vertical alignment to the horizontal alignment. So when you encounter scenarios where you have to center an element, for you to center the element in a particular container, this is what you should do: justify content center, align item center. Then the next thing you want to do is to maybe work on the element itself, but you have to display flex, don't forget. So that is flexbox for you. That is flexbox for you. So I'm having justify content. Okay, let me go to space between. So if I should save this, you can see that it is space between. So in some cases where the height of some of the elements is going to be longer than the height of the other ones, so what you can do is to align the item center. Let me look for a way to manipulate. Let me look for a way to manipulate the child div. So this child div now, I can do something like dot dot outer div, then child div. This child div, now I can do something like int child. Don't forget your pseudo classes. So let me do something like even. If it is even, then the height, if it is even, the height should be, what is the height of the child div normally? 80 pixels. Let me make it longer. Let me make this one 120 pixels. So I should save this. Okay, you can see what I'm having now. The nth child, even what I'm doing here basically is, you can see that 1 is odd, 2 is even, 3 is odd, 4 is even. So all the nth child in the position where the number is an even number, it is going to be increasing the height. That is what I did here basically. So now you can see that all of them, it is aligned horizontally, but it is not aligned vertically. It is not aligned vertically. For you to align it vertically, what you have to do is, you can see justify content space between, align items vertically, which is center. Save this. You can see that everything is aligned vertically now. Vertically, you can see everything is aligned vertically and horizontally too. So you can also align items, flex start, flex end, and all those things. So it depends on the use case that you find yourself. Okay, so that would be all about Flexbox. That would be Flexbox. So we'll be going into the grid now. We are going to be going into working on the grid. So this is the exercise. These are the exercises on Flexbox. Okay, you can see the Flexbox and the grid. So my intention initially was for this one to be for Flexbox and this one to be for grid, but I changed my mind. Then you are going to be doing this with both Flexbox and grid. You're also going to be doing this with both Flexbox and grid. But I'm going to be explaining the grid layout now. So come here and save this. So let me just say layout grid.html. The next thing we want to do is to say html5 alt z. Then I can actually borrow some of this content over here. Okay, so paste them here. Let me see if I can borrow any of the styling. The styling I might want to borrow is just this and this. Okay, come here. So style. Okay, margin 0, padding 0, box sizing, border box. So I can just grid. No, cancel. It should be okay. So you can see my empty page now. Come here to create the grid layout. Very simple. Just have to select this outer div where you have all the children. Come here, dot outer div, then you have to display them as grid. If you display it as grid, okay, I think I'm forgetting something. I have to borrow this outer div. I have to borrow this outer div. Yes, I have to borrow this. For the inner div, I think I have to borrow this. Okay, for the inner div, or which is the child div. Yes, child div. Okay, so if I should save this, you can see the same way it was displaying initially. the same way it was displaying initially. So now this child div, then we have the parent div. The first thing you want to do is to display it as grid. But now that you have displayed it as grid, nothing is happening. You have to define the grid templates columns. Now the grid template columns is the template you're going to be using to display the grid items. For example, you can do something like 1FR, then 1FR. If I save this, you can see that you're going to be creating a two column layout. You see what you're going to be having, a two column layout. So if you want it to be a three column layout, you can do something like 1FR, 1FR, then you can do something like another 1FR. If I save this, you can see it is now a three column layout. Then you can have something like the width of these children. I don't want it to be 20 pixels. Let me just do something like 20% rather. Let me just do 150 pixels. I save it. Okay, let me just do 150 pixels. So everything is just 150 pixels square. Now, I'm displaying it as grid. Apart from these grid template columns, you can also be having something like, instead of 1FR, 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 you can also define the pixels explicitly. You can do something like 200 pixels, 200 pixels, then another 200 pixels, then auto. If I save this, what is happening here now is that it will cut out 200 pixels, cut out another 200, cut out another 200, but for this last one, anything that is remaining, it will just cut that out for this particular last one here. 200, 200, 200, and auto. You can also do the 1FR, 1FR, 1FR auto, but whichever way you want to do it. There are so many units that you can use here, but you can just read up more on it. So that is grid template columns for you. So apart from the grid template column, we also have the gap. Let me use another, or let me just create a 5 column layout here. So 1FR, 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 1FR. So then let me save this. Okay, you can see that it has spaced everything, but you see that we are having some spacing here. So don't forget that we have 10 items. So we can add something like gap, and we can say this our gap should be maybe 30 pixels. Now if you take a good look at this gap now, it is spacing both horizontally and vertically. Both horizontally and vertically. You can have row gap and column gap. You can have both the row gap and the column gap. If you want to specify only the column gap, you can just say, you can do something like column gap. Save this, and the gap will be for the columns only. If you want it to only handle the row gap, just say row gap. And you can see the row is affecting only the gap is affecting only the rows. So now if you want, let us do something here. Let us do something here. So for this one, let me say style, background color, let me say blue. I'm going to be adding different background color to all of them. So because what we are getting into now is the reason why I said you cannot restrict yourself to just Flexbox. There are some layouts, extra layouts that you can create with the grid system. So okay, so apart from this one, style, so let me just make this one to be purple. Then for this one, the background color should be red. Then for this one, the background color, no, I don't want blue. Lemon is fine. For this one, the background color is still blue. Let me see. Okay, let me have this. So I've not had green, so let me use this one. Background color of green. Then for this one, the background color should be purple. Then for this one, the background color can be brown. For this other one, the background no background color can be, let me just pick a color and okay, yes, no, this is almost the background will swallow it, or let me make it deep. Okay, so save this. Okay, now that we have changed the background colors of all the divs that we have, what we want to do now will be very visible. But before we continue, this width that is over here now, I want to make this to be inherit. So basically what this means is that it is going to be inheriting the width of the parent container, whatever the parent container is allowing it to occupy. So you can see this is the maximum width, this is the maximum width for all of them. So I'm inheriting whatever width the space that is given to that particular element. That's why I'm using inherit over here. So now if I want to do something like placing like this first item over here, if I want it to start at column 1 and to span 2 columns, what I mean is that it will span at this column 1, then it will span 2 columns, this first one and this second one. The first thing I'm going to be doing is to add an ID to it. You can see the ID of item 1. This ID of item 1 now I'm going to be using to select it, item 1. Then the next thing I'm going to be doing, I would tell my CSS grid that grid column starts. Yes, grid column starts. So grid column start is going to be 1. Then the grid column end is going to be what? 3. Save this. You can see what I have now. If you take a good look at what I have, I don't know how you, well, there might be ways to achieve this using Flexbox. There might be ways to achieve this using Flex. I think there is, but what you have to use in this kind of scenario is the CSS grid. That is the proper thing to use. You can see the way I'm allocating more space to this first grid item over here, this item 1 with the blue background. You can see the way I'm allocating more space to it. I might want it to span more than 2 columns. I just have to say grid column end, then it will span more. So that is how to do that. So if you want it to start at line 1, for example, and end it on line 3, instead of grid row column, you can say grid row. Instead of column, it will be grid row start, then grid row end. If I save this, so min height, let me say min height equal to 80 pixels. Okay. Okay. So exactly. You can see that this one now it is running across two two different columns. Now you can see what I'm having now. I'm starting at row 1, then the grid is ending at row 3, so it is not going to, the row 3 is excluded. So if I say end at row 3, it will end at the beginning of row 3. According to what you are saying now, it will end at the beginning of row 3. So basically that is how it works. That is how it works. So another, the short form for you to start an element on column 1 and let it span 3 columns, the short form, you can do something like grid column. You can do something like grid column 1 slash span 3. So you can see 1 slash span 3. So that is it basically. That is that about that. You can also say there's so many things you can do, actually a lot of things you can do over here. So you can do something like grid row, maybe You can say 1 comma span 2, 1 comma span 2, grid row 1 comma span 2. Okay, this is supposed to be, so you can see starting at column 1 and it is spanning 2. So now we are getting to the interesting part. So you can create a large area for a single div. You can create a large area for a single div. So what I'm going to be doing for this to be very visible is, let me just copy some of this div. Let me just duplicate some of these divs. So we are getting to the interesting parts. Okay, if I save this, how many divs do I have? Okay, so now let me return this item 1 back to nothing. Okay, so it is back to what it used to be. Now let me just choose any of these divs over here at random. So let me just say class, or id rather, then a random div. Okay, now that I've added my random div class, come here, dot random div. So I can do something like grid area. Okay, so this grid area now, I can tell this random div that the place where I want to place you, not the regular place where you used to be, the random div. So I can do something like, I want you to start from row, maybe row 2 column 1, then I want you to span maybe 2 rows and span 2 columns. No, I think it should be span 2. If I save this, you see what I have. Starting from row 2 column 1, spanning 2 columns and 2 rows. What if I wanted to span through 3 rows? Save this. You can see what I'm having now. It is spanning through 3 rows and 2 columns. So that is how you can create a grid area. That's how you can create a grid area. So I want to give you a clue. I want to give you a clue to, you can see this one that I have over here now. This one, I'll give you a clue to create it. So solving the assignment, don't forget your HTML5. Then let me create a div container. Let me call this one my grid container, right? So after this one, I'm going to be creating the items. So let me say div dot item. So that will be the name. Then let me multiply everything by maybe 5. So multiplied by 5. Okay, so let this one be the, let this one be the, say, the header. Then this one can be the article. Then the sidebar, the footer. Then let me have this one as the menu. Let me have this one as the menu. Okay, so now that I have all these ones in place, this one should be item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4, then item 5. I don't need this one. I don't need this one because the exercise 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, header, sidebar, footer. Okay, so let me just have this for now. Then I can come to the head section. Then I have something like, let me save this first. So assignment.html. Okay, so you can see what I have for now. This is what I have for now. So I can come here and do something like style. So be very careful with this I'm trying to do. Then the item 1, I can set this item 1, that's the grid area, is going to be header, for example. Then for the item 2, let me copy this and paste it. Copy. Okay, for the item 2, header, then menu, then header, menu, then the third one I can do something like article, then this one can be sidebar, then I'll just make this one my footer. Okay, so now for the grid container, which is this class over here, I can just copy this one. For the grid container, then I'll set my grid container to display as grid. Okay, then after displaying as grid, what I want you to do is to say grid templates area, grid templates areas. So I'm going to be having 3 lines, actually more than 3. So this will be, I'm going to be using 6 columns. So this will be header. So I'll have to copy this, copy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, 6 times. So that will be the first thing, the first line. For this second one, I might have let me have the menu. Okay, let me, this last one, I'll just say menu, footer, then another footer. Okay, for this middle one, I can have something like the article, then side, no, let me have 4 articles, then I have sidebar. Okay, so the first one, okay, this is supposed to be 6, but it is 7. So header 6. Okay, which one have I not used? I've not, okay, I've used menu, footer, article, sidebar, then the header. Okay, so just follow on, you will see the way everything will display. So let me give it a grid gap, of maybe 20 pixels. So I can give it a background color of red, then let me just give it a padding of maybe 10 pixels. Save this. You will not see anything notable for now. But please just, you can see the way it is behaving. I'm having the header here, the article, the sidebar, the footer, then the menu, then the header again. So after that, let me start the individual divs, which is the dot grid container, the div. I can do something like the div. I can do something like background color of white. Then I can text align center. Then after texting align center, padding of maybe, let's say 30 pixels, 10 pixels, Then let me say the font size should be maybe 2 rem. Save this. Okay, you see what I'm having over here? I'm having article, sidebar, footer, menu. This is where I got it wrong. So this is supposed to be item 1, item 2. This is supposed to be item 3. This will be item 4. This will be item 5. And if I save this, you can see everything is exactly the way we want it to be. Yes. So sorry about that. This is where I got it wrong. So basically, you see what I have now. I have the header, the article, I have the sidebar, then I have the footer. You can see what I have over here. So with this, with the knowledge of what you have seen over here now, basically what I did was I created the grid container. Then I have the items, I attach classes to the items. Then I came here, I defined the grid area. Then after defining the grid area, I used the area to make the grid template areas. So you can see I'm displaying it as grid, and you can see what I have over here now. This is where you define the places where the header is going to be covering. So as you can see, this is a 6 template column. The article is occupying 4, just like the footer. The sidebar is occupying 2, the menu is occupying 2, and like that. So you can see the grid gap of 20 pixels, then the background color, the padding, and all those. So this is where I set the grid item. Yes, this is the grid item. This is the grid item. So with the knowledge of what you have seen here, you should be able to tackle this exercise now. You should be able to tackle this exercise now. You can see the header, the content 1, the content 2, content 3, content 4, and all that. So basically you can even add some kind of box shadow to it, and you make it look very nice. I believe it's something you can do. For this one, just do one FR, and one FR. So you'll be good to go. Now we move on to media queries. So let us move on to media queries. Let me create a new file, media queries .html. So media queries are used to create responsive layouts. With the help of media queries, you can have total control over how your site will be displayed on all screens, ranging from big screens to medium screens and even down to the mobile screens. So basically, you can have a particular layout for very big screens, just like we have on many systems today. You have a different layout for big screens, you have a different layout for small screens, and all that. So let me media queries.html. So instead of assignment, media queries. So media queries. Okay, it should be media queries hyphen. Okay, media queries. So come back here. Now I'm going to be using the Flexbox to create to do this. So let me do something like I'll come out with my HTML alt z. Okay, so I have a div. This is the outer container. Okay, then let me have say 6 elements. So I'm going to be having div dot child, everything multiplied by 6, so 6 children. So these 6 children now, let me, for each of these 6 children, okay, let me just do item 1. Then for this one I'll do item 2. Then for this one item 3. For this one item 4. For this one item 5. Then for this one item 6. Okay, so I have everything like this: the outer container, the child, the children. So talk of style. For this style, what do I want to do? For this outer container, don't forget the universal selector margin is 0, then the padding is also 0, then the box sizing is going to be border box. So from there I can give it a background color. Let me use another color. Let me use this. Okay, so save this. Let me off this my live server and bring it back on. Okay, so you can see everything is working fine. Why is it giving me Portuguese? What is wrong with you? Okay, so now you can see all my child elements. So let me start styling the children. Let me do something like let me start with the parents dot outer container. Okay, so for this outer container I'm going to be having the width. Let the width of this one be 100%, or let me make it 80%. Then we have margin, uh, yes, margin of 0 auto. So if I save this it will come to the middle exactly. Let me give it a border. So border 1 pixel solid, then black. So for this outer container I want the text of everything that is inside to be white. Okay, no, it should be color rather. Should be color. Okay, exactly. So let me add the padding to it. Padding of maybe 20 pixels. Okay, very good. So for this outer container now, let me style the children. Dot outer container. Then I have child. No, it should be a class. Okay, so this child now, what do I want to do? For this child, I want to make the width. I want to create a 5 column layout. So if I use 20%, I'm not giving any space for the gaps because 20 times 5 will give you 100. So let me do 17.5%. Okay. So for this 17.5%, the height, let me say the height will always be 40 pixels. Then this 40 pixels, if I should save this, background color black. Okay, so let me just put a margin. For now the margin is going to be 10 pixels, so it will be margin around it. So I want to center the text. So I can do display flex, justify content center, then align items center. Save this. You can see the item, which is the content of the div. You can see all these children elements, the content, which is this. I'm bringing it to the center. So let me start okay, I can just do font size maybe 3 rem. Save this. So I don't like the height of this thing. The height is not befitting for a 3 rem, or let me use 1.75 rem. Okay, very good, very good. So for this parent container, which is the outer container, I'm going to be displaying flex. Then you can see me displaying flex now. It is trying to shrink everything together. That is the reason why it is having item 1 to item 6 on the same line, because this is supposed to be 17.5. No, 17.5. If I make it 20, let me make it 20 so that it will be very obvious. If I make it 20 and save. Okay, so it is shrinking everything together, which is not what I want. So since the display is flex, I would rather say flex wrap, so that it can wrap all the contents. It is not wrapping the content. No, this is the child. The parent is what I'm supposed to add the flex wrap to. Sorry about that. So flex wrap. So justify content. Let it be space between. Okay. Okay. So you can see it is bringing since it can only have 20% and the margin too. So there is no other space. That is the reason why it had to bring this one to the down. But if I want to have 5 column layout, I have to reduce the 20%, maybe make it 17.5, which is this one. Instead of 20, 17.5. You can see I now have a 5 column layout, but that is not my what I plan to achieve by in this particular section. So item 1, item 2, item 3, you can see the way everything is displaying properly now on this screen now. So now this by default, this is going to be a responsive layout by default. Let me show it to you. Ctrl Shift I. So if I should start, let me go to the responsive mode. You can see the screen is 1358 pixels wide. If I should start shrinking this screen now, you can see that by default it is not very responsive self. It is just responsive to an extent. You can see that only to an extent. It is only responsive to an extent, but this is not what I want. So that is when media queries come in. With the help of media queries, you can easily adjust how all these things is going to be looking on mobile, on desktop, and all those things. So let me let us use the media queries to show to fix this. So I can say for screens that are below 1200, for example, any screen that is below 1200, I'm going to be giving it a different styling. For example, I can say this one is still 1366 pixels. So the way you use media queries, you say at media. Okay, at media, you will now say screen, and you will now write the rule. You can do something like the maximum width is equal to 1200 pixels. It should not be equal to, it should be colon. Okay, 1200 pixels. Then you start writing the CSS for that particular screen. So what CSS do I want to write? This outer container child is what I'm trying to edit. So I can do something like this particular child. I'll copy this rule, then I'll come here and do something like this. I can say for this one, for the bigger screens, the width is what, 170 or 17.5. So basically what I want to do is that on the bigger screens, I'm having a 5 column layout, which is the reason why I'm using 17.5. So that 17.5, I'm going to be making room for the content itself and the margin too. But if I want to create a 5 column layout, a 4 column layout, I can do 25%. 25 times 4 will give me 100, but 25 times, if I use 25, I'm not making room for the gaps in between. So I can decide to do something like 20 or 22.5, but let's just do 20. Let's do 20. So I can come here to my VS Code and say the width is going to be 20 pixels, 20% rather. So you can also set it as pixels too, it will work fine, but 20 pixels is not what you are going to be using. If you want to use the pixels here, to be around 100 or 150, but since it is percentage, it gives me some sort of leverage. So if I should save this, I don't know if it is because of this color that is giving me this Portuguese vibes. So if I should, since this is saved now, be keeping track of this thing while I collapse the screen. So if I should collapse it, you can see that as soon as it crossed that 1200, as soon as it crossed that 1200 mark, you understand, it is bringing down the item to, it is bringing down the item to a 4 column layout. You can see it is bringing it down to a 4 column layout. So as soon as it crosses that 1200, it collapses to 4 column. So let us create another media query, say below, let's say below 900. When it crosses 900, it will change it to a 3 column layout. So come here. So there are so many things you can do with the media queries. I'm just trying to give you a, an example. So instead of 20 percent, if I want to create a 3 column layout, I can just use 33%. but the 33%, let me just do 30. Let me do 30. If I do 30, if I should save it, so that is no, this one should be 900, 900, 9. So let me save it. So um, the maximum width is 900. So if you take a good look at what I have here now, this is around 898, so which is less than 900. So if I should collapse it, it is going to a two column layout. But you can see that, keep track of this thing that I have over here, 1318. As soon as it crosses 1200, it is going to a four column layout. As soon as it crosses 900, going below 900, you can see now the maximum width is 900. It is going to a three column layout. So we can also add another layout to this thing now. This 33%, I want to add another thing to it. Let me do 768. Copy. I think when it gets to 768 or 767, just take up 100% of the screen. But that 100%, I want to give room for margin and padding. So let me do 80%. So that 80%, for the parent child, although this might not be needed in so many cases, let me do the flex direction column. By default, the flex direction is going to be row. So but now I want to make the flex direction to be column. So instead of displaying it everything side by side the way it's doing, flex direction column. Okay, so save it. Everything is going to be in the middle now. Okay, it is still justifying the content space between. So 7. Okay, this is still below. This is still below 767. Okay, it's still below 767. What did I do here? Okay, no, 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 no. This is not where I want this to be. This is where I want it to be when it is below 767. So save this. Okay, you can see. So, and the justify content will be center. Justify content will be center. So come back here. If I should shrink this, you can see what I have now. You can see what I have. But this spacing over here, there is something I'm missing. Justify content center, align item center. It's already centered already. Okay, so you can see what I have now. You can see justify content center, then align item center. So you can see it is perfectly in the middle. So but I'm using flex direction column here. Don't forget, I'm using flex direction column. So you can see the way responsive media queries work. You can easily use it to create responsive layouts. If I should go out, you can see what I have. Then gradually, if I should come back, everything is possible just because I am using media queries. So all these are possible only because I'm using media queries. There are so many other delicate situations where you come across and media queries will be able to bail you out. It might not be Flexbox, it might be Grid you're supposed to use. You might supposed to make a font size smaller than it used to be and all that. But just take it. This is how you do your media. This is how you use media queries to create responsive layouts. Now that we have completed the course, it's time to apply what you've learned into a real life project. So we are going to be working on this contact page like I said in the beginning. So you can see all the elements on the page. You can see the get a free quotation, the partner logos, this section over here, and you can see the footer. So this page is also going to be mobile responsive. So getting into it, this part of the course we're going to be finishing it in another video entirely. So look at the description of the video, or you can just check the end screen you are going to be getting on YouTube at the moment. So just check the video. You can also see the link on the screen right now. So just navigate, look for a way to find the video, then complete the practical part of this course. So Well, thank you very much for staying till the end. I'll see you in the on the other side where we are going to be coding this page from ground up. Thank you very much. I'll see you on the other side. Bye for now.